I don't know if I'm ready. Whew, let's do it anyway. Okay, first live episode of Third Rail. Greetings, fellow biological organisms. Today the topic is misinformation versus censorship. Could have started anywhere. Meaning of life, corporate corruption. I don't know, but this is a problem, and hopefully you'll agree. So I'm going to come down on the side of I'd rather have misinformation, too much misinformation, than too much censorship. And yeah, we'll see if we can get there. Otherwise, the show was mostly about philosophical, civics issues, politics, I guess. I prefer to think in terms of civics than politics, because politics is us versus them, and us versus them is the problem. So if we can find a better way to live together without it being our side's ideas versus your side's ideas, and instead we can find what, we agree on, what are our ideas, and who us really is, I think we'd be a lot better off. So, misinformation versus censorship. I think I first heard this quote back in the 70s as a schoolboy. I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. It's attributed to Voltaire, although he may not actually have said it. It seems to be in keeping with his principles and ideals. And the idea here is, I don't have to agree with you, and I may not like what you're saying, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be allowed to explore these ideas. You shouldn't not be allowed to explore these ideas. You should be able to talk about them, you should be able to write about them, you should be able to share your ideas freely. Obviously, there are some things that are going to be like, if you put gasoline in your hair and light it on fire, you'll get highlights. There has to be a line somewhere, because we have coddled the American people, and perhaps the rest of the world does this too, where if it doesn't come with a warning label, we assume it's safe. Or something, we're not skeptical enough, we're not cautious enough, we need to be warned. That's part of the problem, and that's been going on most of my life. I think mandatory warning labels, we had flammable and explosive, placards for hazardous materials, biohazard, for, probably mid-century, 1900s. Maybe it goes earlier than that, but clearly labeling hazards is beneficial. I think we can agree on that, even if we can't always agree in the information sphere what is dangerous, what is potentially harmful, and we obviously can't agree on what is misinformation. There's a difference between misinformation and disinformation, or at least disinformation is a subset of misinformation. So while we might sometimes want to use disinformation, someone is deliberately misinforming, someone is trying to promote an idea that they know to be true, lying in the interest of, getting people to act a certain way. Misinformation is merely, could be lying, could be mistake, and it's often hard to know. Anytime I run up against, and I've been running up against this for years, run up against someone who is saying something that's not true, the question is always, are they lying, or do they believe what they're saying and just not know any better? And there are people that you would think, I kind of think they should know better, but I could believe it if they didn't know better. Any recent presidents come to mind? So when we know something is disinformation, when we know someone is deliberately lying, obviously there's a moral characteristic to that we despise. But one of the problems that we have is that sometimes we recognize that our side is lying or has it wrong on accident, but we don't correct them because they are pushing our agenda. That's part of the problem. It's possibly a big part of the problem. But if you try to correct your own side, then you get mislabeled and kind of treated like a cast out. So like if you are largely a Democrat, but Joe Biden says something you strongly disagree with, and you disagree with Joe Biden, then you're some kind of traitor. See, the problem is people have trouble distinguishing between the idea and the person sharing the idea. And we need to get past that. If your best friend does something you don't like, do you instantly not like your best friend? No. And you recognize, whoa, you messed up. Maybe you don't say anything, but you probably should, because whether they know it or not, they're counting on you to keep them coloring within the lines. Whoever is drawing those lines. And probably the idea being, we kind of live the life we want to live, but sometimes we don't know that we're making mistakes. And it's not up to you to enforce their behavior. It's not up to you to trick them into doing the right thing. It's up to you to help them see what they're doing and then letting them make the choice that they want to make. Maybe you're still going to disagree with them, but that's autonomy, isn't it? That's letting people be themselves. Otherwise, it just we don't really want to control people, do we? I mean, it certainly seems that way lately, but I think that is contrary to American values, the ideals of freedom, liberty, and while those may be somewhat illusory, somewhat of an illusion, they are worth striving for where they can be approximated. What are we even talking about? Censorship. Yeah. Well, like, historically, who were the big censors? We've got the Catholic Church, Nazi Party, Stalin, China, although China is not so much historical as much as ongoing. Even if you go back to the first century, in the Gospels of the Bible, you've got the Sadducees and the Pharisees. Now, these were both factions of the Hebrew or Jewish church, or churches, temples, but they had ideas where they differed from each other. And if you remember the Jesus stories, they were both against Jesus and him spreading his message. They were the experts. As far as everyone knew, they had been handed the tradition. They had been put in charge of the tradition. They were the ones who spent all their time working on it. They were the experts on what God wanted. And yet, there seems to be this third way, that this new upstart rabbi from Nazareth or Bethlehem was trying to put out. And you've got two ways to look at this. When you're a Christian reading the Bible, which I was once, and you're reading that, you see the Sadducees and the Pharisees as the bad guys trying to stop the truth from coming out. But if you are the custodian of the tradition and you see someone, trying to upset the apple cart, you've got two motivations there. One is, hey, you're messing with my job here. This is my livelihood. You're in my power, my status. You are challenging that. So that's a problem. But then there's also, even if the Sadducees and Pharisees were completely pure of heart in their belief and in their faith, this new idea, or these new ideas, were an affront to what they believed, and what they believed in was their interpretation of the will of God, as best it could be understood. So the whole point here is you've got your experts, both experts in terms of who they've been put in charge, and they've put the hours in, they've done the work, they have read the text, they have studied the traditions, they should know better than anyone, what it is that God wants from us. And this new guy is coming along and saying, we're going to do it a new way. Your ways are outdated. Your ways have gone astray. And, whether it's because of power or whether it's because of faith, they're going to fight this new information. Now, it could be that they're all wrong, and that's basically my opinion. But at the same time, they tried to suppress the information, if you want to look at it as information. They wanted to suppress the message, and instead of letting the people decide, because I think historically we saw that, people liked that message and agreed with it, whether it was right or not. If you have a ounce of democracy in you, then you want people to be able to decide for themselves. You want the ideas to come together. You want to be able to examine them for their values, compare them to each other, and try to determine which one is a more accurate representation of reality. Whether you're talking about, religious things or the value of gold, I don't know. When we are looking at things, we are typically trying to understand them. If we are looking through a traditional lens and someone is offering us a different way of looking at it, a different perspective, we may reject that new perspective, even if it better approximates the reality of the situation. And why we accept one perspective over another, you're going to get that tribalism, us versus them. You're going to get biases, which tend to go hand in hand, with why do you even belong to that tribe? And I'm saying tribe, but like Democrats are one tribe, Republicans are another tribe, Libertarians are another tribe, Episcopalians are another tribe, Boy Scouts are another tribe. It's just a set of values that bring a people together in some way. So, and we had so I mentioned the Catholic Church as a historical censor. Martin Luther was a big problem for them. They tried to suppress him. They didn't like the idea of the texts of the Bible, of the New Testament, being translated into local languages. They wanted them, the church wanted them to remain in Latin because they wanted to maintain control. But then again, the argument, and I think it was the argument they made, was that the people couldn't be trusted with the information because they would misinterpret it. So censorship, because they were trying to protect us from misinformation, at least ostensibly, maybe not really. Nazi Party did the same thing, and they were very tribal in us versus them. If you're not with us, you're against us. Someone else said that in recent history. If you're not with us, you're against us. I don't think he was a Nazi, but it's the same idea. Stalin in China, like I mentioned, they are doing that currently. I remember how long ago was it that there was a movie coming out, and one of the actors in the movie, John Cena, had said something about the country of Taiwan. Oh well, now I've done it. Now this video cannot air in China because I've said that someone else has said that Taiwan is a country, and I will say it. Taiwan is a country. It has just as much right to exist as Israel and the People's Republic of China. I believe Taiwan is known as the Republic of China, so People's Republic of China and Republic of China. What makes one more legitimate than the other? Power, money, or just agreement, consensus. But anyway, so John Cena had referred to Taiwan as a country, which offended the Chinese government or the Chinese Communist Party, whichever, if there's a difference. And so he was arguably forced, he was coerced to apologize, and I believe he may even have said that Taiwan is not a country. Oh man, when I found out about this, it disgusted me, and I was so disappointed in him. But then I also understand he's just a guy trying to be a businessman in the business of show business. And he's trying to reach those markets. He's trying not to cause waves, and he's trying to make sure that he can get a job in the future. And I suspect, so when that happened, I was ready to call him a coward and whatever else. Oh man, it just, the principle of the matter just didn't matter that much to him. Either Taiwan didn't matter that much to him, or the idea of the Chinese Communist Party's censorship didn't offend him enough, for my taste. So, but either way, he made his decision. I think I can understand why he might have made it. His reasons, I don't think we're going to know anytime soon. I don't, as long as he's still trying to get a job in Hollywood, and his new show is pretty good. It's raucous, wrong, and it's ridiculous, but I do love it. I like it a lot. Peacemaker. If you're an adult, feel free to look into it. But it just, know what you're getting into. And then similarly, Patton Oswalt, love me some Patton Oswalt, also had a tweet where he said that he went to a Dave Chappelle concert or show and did a set, had a great time with his longtime friend Dave Chappelle, and transgender allies, let's just call them that, came out against Patton Oswalt because Dave Chappelle has been labeled a transphobe, which I would argue that he's not, but that's not even the point. The point is that a group of people said that this guy can't be friendly with this guy because of things that he's said, not even things that he's done, just things that he said in a comedy performance. It's not, he wasn't calling for action against a group of people. He was just expressing his opinions about things and relating experiences and how those experiences made him feel. And while, in my estimation, having actually watched those shows, maybe he went for a punchline here and there that was kind of, you could say, problematic. I don't think he was genuinely ill-willed towards any group of people. But maybe that's just my privilege. But even if he had been, even if he had said something about he thought this one group of people was inferior, or he didn't like them, or he was scared of them, or he thought that they should behave differently, for someone else to say that no one else is allowed to be friends with him or work with him, or they're as evil as he is, how is that at all reasonable? I understand the concept of giving platforms to people with problematic, evil, bad agendas. There are people I wouldn't want to talk to because, well, one, I just find that they are generally wrong, and I don't want... And I find what they're saying offensively wrong, either because it's what they're saying is offensive and wrong, or it's offensive because it is wrong, either or. So wanting to be anywhere near that, no, I don't want to, and I don't want to. Those are not things that I want repeated around me. But if someone came on here and was saying things that were, one, kind of offensive, two, wrong, or even three, so wrong that, I mean, have you ever heard something that's just so stupid? It's just like, I can't, it just hurts my brain that I've heard those words. I think most of us have experienced that, and if we don't want that in our lives, that's fine. But for someone else to say, you let someone come near you that said things that I find wrong and or offensive, therefore you're a problem and you need to be punished. No, you can ask me to reconsider. You can ask me to understand better, just like we were talking about before. When your friend screws up, you tell your friend why you think they screwed up, and then let them deal with it. But don't try to control them. You're not going to try to ruin their lives. You're not going to try to get them fired. You just want them to understand what they're doing. And then, if there's a pattern that you can't live with, then you go your own way and they go their own way. But that's going to be a pattern rather than any one thing. And a lot of time, it's just going to be ignorance. And ignorance is hard to overcome, especially when we have biases, perspectives, ideologies. Those can be hard to overcome a lot of time because we don't want to overcome them. And if I teach anyone anything, it's that skepticism and self-skepticism are important. They are the tools. They're the only way you can correct yourself and the world you're living in. If you're watching something and it appeals to your bias and you just go along with it because it appeals to your bias and you're not skeptical of it, well, is it your fault that you believe something that's not true? Kind of. I mean, to some extent, you've got to put the burden on the con man or the person who is proliferating misinformation, whether it's, again, misinformation or disinformation. But at the same time, we do have this caveat emptor, let the buyer beware approach to commerce and information. And while there's definitely room for warning labels, can we really tell people that you can't watch MSNBC or you can't watch Fox News because they have reached some threshold of misinformation? Or do we need to tell people, Fox News and or MSNBC has a lot of misinformation and you need to protect yourself or you're going to end up believing nonsense? Most people are just going to slough that off. But then here's the other thing. The idea that we all need to be skeptical and self-skeptical of our beliefs and the things that are presented to us, if that was a more common belief and you told your friend that these TV networks that you're watching are lying to you and you need to be more skeptical, you need to, that skepticism that you value, you need to apply it, you need to use it. It will be to your benefit and will be to the benefit of everyone else. Because misinformation creeps into the culture and it changes the way we behave, both in political policies and in the way we treat each other, the way we react towards the things that we encounter in our lives. Here's one. I remember when Hillary Clinton was running against Trump. At one point I remember thinking to myself, even if only 10% of the things they accuse her of are true, then she is awful and unfit. But then it occurred to me, self-skepticism. So I was like, had some skepticism going up to that point, but did I really have enough? And it occurred to me, well, what if none of it's true? What if it's all made up or exaggerated or spun? I still don't like her, but I don't trust her. But, as far as Benghazi, the whole email scandal, what if none of that was what people were claiming it was? I don't know. But anyone who approached that without recognizing their own bias, either by saying, no, she's the savior of the United States and she would never do anything wrong and anything that she did was not wrong, and even if it was wrong, it's okay because she's worth, if you take that approach to it, that's one bias or one set of biases. And then if you approach it from the other side, she's evil and she did it all and it was all evil, and even if she didn't do it, she's still evil, and so she should, this is what we can pin on her. She did other things, so even if we can't get her for those things, we should get her for these things that she didn't do. That whole taking a side rather than looking for the truth and doubting what you want to be true. It's a lot easier to lie to you when you're already lying to yourself. So I'll say it again. Skepticism and self-skepticism are what we need. We need to doubt ourselves, we need to doubt our beliefs, and we need to doubt what is being told to us. And typically, it's like the thing you want to ask is, why are they telling me this? And I'm thinking of the news in general. And you can look at that the other way. If you find out about something that the news is not telling you, why aren't they telling you about it? Maybe we'll talk about that later. All right, heterodox versus orthodox. So this kind of goes back to the Sadducees and Pharisees versus Jesus. you had the old information, the trusted information versus the new information. We have that. We've had that throughout history. You had, Earth as the center of the universe. No, this Earth goes around the sun. That was a little bit of a problem. And there was, would you say there was censorship surrounding that from the Catholic Church? I would say that's fairly well documented. I can't remember the names or the dates, but the suppression of the idea that the Earth is not the center of the universe, that happened because it didn't contradict the story of the creation of the universe, the creation story, but it did challenge it and challenge the way that it had been looked at previously. And if you take those two creation accounts from Genesis, which are similar but different, you could see the sun or the earth going around the sun as challenging that tradition. And then even more recently, if in mid-2020 through mid-2021, you had made the claim, or the statement really, that you believed that the COVID-19 virus originated in a laboratory in Wuhan, China, and got out of the laboratory. We don't, was it accidental or on purpose? It doesn't matter. But if you were to say during that time period that was the origin, then you would have been labeled a kook, a liar. It would have been claimed that you were deliberately spreading misinformation, and all the authorities would have contradicted you. But here in early 2022, look at that seems, I think it's, I'm going to say generally accepted. I think most people understand now that is the more likely origin, and that the wet market story has some serious holes in it and is unlikely. So, and the authorities at this point generally just try to avoid that conversation, whereas before they were quick to I can't think of the word. They were quick to counter it, contradict it, and say, and how much testimony did we have early on that it couldn't have come from a laboratory because of this and this and this, none of which, if you looked into it, really made sense. And now we have more documentation that suggests that the kind of research that would have gone hand in hand with the creation or evolution of the virus that we're experiencing would not have been unlikely to have occurred in that environment. The point being, during that time period, if you had made those claims, you would have been contradicted and you would have been ostracized, if not censored. I don't remember if there were any cases of anyone being censored, but and then there's more than one kind of censorship as well. There's the censorship of restricting your ability to say what you believe, to share your message. And then there's the censorship of, well, you can say what you want, but you are not going to like the consequences. You know, whether it's you're going to get your Twitter account suspended. Oh, by the way, my Twitter account has been suspended since January 24th. While I'm thinking about this, let me see if I can bring that up. That looks right. There we go. So if I copy this, can I paste here? There we go. Is that going to show up? Yeah, that'll show up. And I think I can stretch this out. So I was responding to a Twitter friend who was talking about the anxiety that they felt watching a show called Euphoria. I guess it's about teenage dysphoria, drug use, misbehavior. So she was saying that show gave her anxiety, and that reminded me of a show I had watched recently that gave me a lot of anxiety, which was called Utopia. Came out on Amazon, and there's this massive conspiracy involving a pharmaceutical company, intention to do harm. You know, they didn't think it was harm, but we would think it was harm. And this show came out right before vaccines became available for healthcare workers. Let's see, I think the show came out in September, and I think vaccines in the real world became available in December. And so having this fictional story with this fictional harm, and there were some parallels because, you know, we were experiencing a pandemic, and there was a fake pandemic on the fictional show. Let's be clear, the COVID pandemic is not fictional. And so because of the similarities or a little bit of overlap, that gave me anxiety. So what I say here, and I hate to even say the words out loud because perhaps a Twitch or YouTube filter will catch keywords and flag it and auto suspend it or ban it. I'm pretty sure that's what happened with this Twitter. And while I did appeal the suspension, haven't heard anything back yet. Every time if I go to Twitter, it just says, you can cancel your appeal and delete the tweet, which I will leave it up to you. Is there anything factually incorrect here? Let me read it to myself real quick here. Yeah. So I think because of the sequence of words, an AI may have detected this as saying something it doesn't say. So anyway, I'm sorry, January 20th, been suspended since January 20th. So it's almost a month now, right? Pretty close. Got another, it's been 3 weeks at least. So, all right, the suspension is going on. Well, actually, I should probably check on that today. You know, I try to check every day to see if they have finally had some intern. Oh, that was from yesterday. If they finally had some intern or outsourced Indian or Filipino read it and then say, nope, that's okay. But then again, if you're not English as a first language and you're in a hurry, you know, you might just skim that and see, oh yeah, that's a problem. But, you know, if you are a native English speaker and you know how to read, you should be able to read that and say, no, I could see why it might catch someone's eye, but it's not saying anything that's wrong so it's not misinformation and it's not potentially harmful, which was the Twitter suspension claim. I forgot what I was looking for now. All right, I don't remember. So I was saying that the problem is that you have the heterodox, the information that has not been approved by authority, versus the orthodox, which is the information that the authority, the establishment, if you will, has laid out as being true, and that everyone should agree with it, and anyone that doesn't agree with it is fringe, kook, misinforming you, presenting dangerous information. But as we have seen in the past, authorities have told us things that are not true. Why did we go to a war with Iraq the second time? Weapons of mass destruction. You remember all those weapons of mass destruction that we found? Me neither. So there were CIA reports, and the most conclusive evidence in the whole CIA report was that they had to be making this dangerous thing because the thing that they were using, or the materials that they had at that site, could only be, I think it was some kind of oil, some kind of bean oil actually, could only be, or would only be used in making some kind of nerve gas, I think it was. But that wasn't true. So the conclusion was, it has to be this because it couldn't be anything else. And if you know your logical fallacies, that's just the argument from ignorance. So it's basically the argument from ignorance. I don't know what it could be, so it has to be the only thing I can think it is. But as it turned out, the oil in question could be used for making brake fluid, if nothing else. And the only evidence that was found during the second invasion of Iraq that supported the manufacture of chemical or weapons of mass destruction were things that had been corroding and decaying for over 10 years. So we went in with bad evidence, and we didn't find any better evidence when we got there. And I kind of wanted to get to the news networks lying to you later in the discussion, but that's an example to start off with. So a lot of times, people will lie to you because they think it's for your own good. They believe in something that, well, let's look at that. Why does anybody lie to anybody else? I'll give you a moment to think about it. All right, pencils down. There's basically three reasons, I hope I can remember them all, why anyone lies to anyone else. One is straight up, you want to trick them for the commission of fraud. It's like, this is worth $100, give me $100, thank you for the $100. You find out later that's not worth anything, the thing you traded for. So lying for the commission of fraud. Lying because you believe in something, but you don't think that telling the person what you believe will convince them to believe what you believe, but you really want them to believe it. So you exaggerate, you leave out things that don't support your story. And in this situation, you could be thinking that it's good for them. You could be thinking it's good for you. No harm done. It's not fraud, but it's basically you're not trusting them. You don't respect their capacity or their ability to come to the correct conclusion. That's two. What's another one? What's another reason people lie? Let's see, fraud. And I guess that second one could be broken down into two things. One, it's good for me and not bad for you. Or two, it's good for you. It seems to me I had another example or another reason why people lie. It's just not coming to me. Yeah, I definitely should have written that one down. But people, entities I should say, lie because it's not just people, it's organizations. Yeah, don't trust your ability or maybe that's what it was. It was they don't trust your ability to come to the right conclusion, or they don't trust your wow, I already forgot what I just said 2 minutes ago. Capacity to come to the right conclusion, or yeah, I don't remember. But when it comes down to it, when you're telling someone that isn't true, well, I guess you can also lie because you believe it yourself. In which case, it's not disinformation, it's misinformation. So is it really a lie if you believe the false thing that you're saying? And should the accountability be any different? I don't know. Sometimes, I mean, malicious intent definitely suggests that there should be more stringent consequences for the liar. But if you can think of another reason why people don't lie other than they don't trust you to come to the conclusion that they have come to, or to commit fraud, if you can think of another reason, go ahead and leave a comment. So, is it wrong to lie? And if so, why? How can we know that it's wrong to lie? Or even to say something that's not true that you do believe? Should there be any accountability for that? Should there be any judgment for people who are irresponsible with their representation of reality? That's a tough one. Considering how many religions are out there, how many denominations are out there, and how many of them contradict each other. What should the consequences be for the people who are saying things that, well, for the most part, can't be proven, that can't be supported with evidence, and when they contradict each other, should there be any judgment or consequences for? And that's just religious ideologies. Then there's there's your political ideologies, and I'm sure there's other ideologies as well. And I'm anti-ideology. That's my ideology. But that goes back to skepticism and self-skepticism. If you're just going along with a set of beliefs, something else to consider is that as you're developing as a baby and as a child, you have experiences, you have sensory inputs and reactions. So you are gaining information that way. And along the way, you're developing beliefs from the patterns that you're experiencing. I doubt this is important. So you're developing beliefs. You believe, based on your experience, that the world is a certain way. So as you continue to interact with it, those beliefs give you a perspective for continued interaction. And then as you interact with the world more, that perspective, that influences your perception. So you believe a certain thing. As you're looking at the world, you're expecting to see a certain thing. And based on those expectations, that perspective, then you interpret your new information and you tend to reinforce what you already believe. So your beliefs reinforce your perception, and your perception reinforces your beliefs. So it is easy to get trapped into an ideology, and without skepticism, it's very hard to get out. You need to be able to say to yourself, what if what I believe, what if what I thought I saw wasn't really what I believed, or wasn't really true, or wasn't really what I saw? You know, if you can't doubt that perception, that perspective, if you can't doubt your beliefs that you're basing everything on, then you're just going to be stuck there. How else can you get out of a misunderstanding of the world unless you start doubting the things that got you to that misunderstanding? You got to have that skepticism, and we need to encourage it in people. There's this idea that it's bad to change your mind. If someone changes their mind, they're flip-flopping, they're wishy-washy. They don't believe in anything. They don't stand up for what they believe in. And this concept that that's a bad thing, and it could be a bad thing that someone has no ideals, that they are easily influenced, that they just, maybe they're easily bribed or incentivized, carrot and or stick. So there's room for concern there. But if someone says, I believed something, I looked at the evidence, it made me realize that what I believed wasn't accurate, so I updated my beliefs, that should be applauded. Unfortunately, it's hard to trust politicians or generally public figures, because they're usually hiding something, because there are consequences for honesty. But at the same time, that's really the best answer. Everyone should be saying that every day, right? It's pretty hard to doubt your world so much that you find something new every day that is noteworthy as to how your beliefs have changed because of something you've discovered through your skepticism. That's a lot of work. Even just being somewhat on guard is a lot of work. And maybe that's why people don't do it, or one reason why people don't do it. But if everyone were more skeptical of themselves and their trusted information sources, because your trusted information source probably doesn't deserve 1/10 the trust that you give them, or faith that you give them. I'm a big fan of a YouTube channel called Breaking Points, which covers a lot of political topics. And sometimes I see that I don't quite agree with them. And then sometimes they convince me, I was a little bit off there. But I know better than to think that just because they said it, it's true. I do trust them. That's where my bias is. But I need to stay on the lookout for that. And say, why is it true? Why is it not true? Where are the problems? And that is difficult. That is difficult. But that's what we need more of. We need, if everyone were more skeptical of the information that they were receiving and their own beliefs and perceptions, we would have room for better correction. But it would be easier for us to find the things that we do agree upon by recognizing the things that don't really deserve our trust or our faith or our assumption of accuracy. So, skepticism. But lying. Why is lying bad? Let's get into that. That should probably be its own show. I remember Sam Harris, who I'm going to quote here in a minute, did a whole book on it. I mean, it was a small book, but it was a book. And in that book, I would not say that I don't know if he got anything wrong. If he did, it wasn't much, but it was really more about what wasn't included. And we're going to get to that in a minute. In a recent video, oh goodness, I meant to share the link to that. And I do not have it set up, so let me set that up. In a recent video with Jordan Peterson, and it was on Peterson's channel, Peterson's got his problems. There are things to like about him, things to not like about him. So let's not fly off the handle. But Sam Harris, spoke with Peterson. It looks like an hour and 45 minutes. It was amicable, and they had agreements and disagreements. Let's see. Let's insert some text here. Text box. There we go. And there is the website. Can I? Nope, I can't. I was hoping that I could expand that. Let's get in here. Oops. And make that a little bit bigger. A little bit bigger. There we go. Is that showing up okay over here? Could be better. There we go. And then I'll put that, let's put that in the comments. If I can find my comments. Bing! So if you're on Twitch, right now it looks like nobody's on Twitch, but if you're on Twitch, you can go to that link if you want to see the full talk with Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson. And then let me update my notes, and then I can put that in the YouTube description as well. A video titled Questioning Sam Harris. Pipe Sam Harris, Pipe the Jordan Peterson Podcast, Season 4, Episode 81. Wow, it's a lot of episodes. But I guess if people are throwing money at you, you might as well show up. All right, so the first thing, there's an excerpt from the middle of the conversation, or towards the end of the conversation, that they tag on the front to grab your interest, and it's Sam Harris talking about epistemology, which is the study of knowledge and how we can know what is true. I love it. I love epistemology. One problem with epistemology is, as much as I have, wow, I misspelled define. As much as I like the study of how do we know what is true, I still couldn't tell you, I couldn't give you a good definition of what a fact is. I had to look it up a little bit earlier. Fact. Noun, a thing that is known or proven to be true. That's a little bit vague, because there are facts that people believe are proven to be true, known or proven to be true, that other people know or know that it's proven that it's not true. And there are other things that people accept as facts that are merely opinions or claims, and what we call a fact is a little bit difficult. Let's see. Information used as evidence or as part of a report or news article. But that doesn't really get to whether or not it's true. You can have evidence that supports something, but does that mean that the evidence is true? We would hope so, but it's a little bit problematic. In law, the truth about events as opposed to interpretation. So facts are kind of difficult, and I did want to we all have an intuitive sense of what a fact is. It's something that is true, right? We have this idea that there is a reality, an objective reality, a factual, I'm using the word in the definition, but the world does exist, and it does have a set of things about it that are true, and those things are facts. That's intuitively how we look at it. But then we also understand that people can believe that something is a fact when it's not necessarily a fact. And we also know that as our understanding of the world changes, things that we used to believe were facts, like the earth being the center of the universe, we come to understand that those are not true. Although I still think you could argue that every point in the universe is the center of the universe. If it's infinite and expanding from every point, why not? Anyway, so I wanted to briefly cover the problem of facts, since Harris uses fact in his explanation or his statement here. So, quoting, unless I interrupt, Sam Harris at the beginning and later on, the same thing in that video. You need to value certain things in order to get any facts in hand in the first place. Any statement about facts relies on having first valued things like evidence and logical coherence. Right. If you don't, and this is still Harris talking, if you don't value logic, there's no logical argument you can give someone to say they should value it. I want to read that again. If you don't value logic, there's no logical argument you can give someone to say they should value it. It might even be worth reading a third time. If you don't value logic, okay, proposition. If you don't value logic, there's no logical argument you can give someone. Okay, so if they don't value logic, there's no logical argument you can give them to say that they should value it. So if someone doesn't value logic, you can't convince them with evidence that they should. I'm going to disagree with that, but let's get back to the quote. If someone doesn't value evidence, there's no evidence you could give them to say they should value it. So that epistemology sort of bites its own tail or picks itself up by its bootstraps. So saying that, end of quote. So he's saying that in order to engage in epistemology, to engage in trying to understand what is true, what is factual, you need to first value what is factual, and you can't do that to someone who doesn't already value facts and evidence or logic. But I'd say there is a logical argument to try to convince, and I left a comment on the video. Maybe you can find it. Let's see. I commented as T-Ray TV on that. on that video. The value, and here's what I wrote, and I'm going to correct something that I said here. But anyway, the value of epistemology is in its ability to improve the potential quality of information that goes into informed decision. So why do we care about the truth? Why do we care about trying to understand things? And why do we care about misinformation and disinformation? Because informed decision. So back to my statement. If we value informed decision because we value informed decision because it improves our likelihood of superior outcomes over uninformed decisions. So the idea is that if I need to make a choice, if I have some information about the causes and effects of the thing I'm interacting with, even if it's just going to a restaurant, should I go to Arby's or Taco Bell? If I don't know anything about either one, I can't make an informed decision. So I'm just guessing, may turn out fine, but it's a coin flip. We value our ability to take into consideration the choices we make will have consequences, in that we care about those consequences, good or bad. And so knowing something about the things we're trying to make decisions on improves the chances that we will pick the superior option. Because if we know enough about each one, then what we will conclude is the superior option in the end. We can choose or identify before we actually engage with whatever it is we're trying to decide. So if, do you want to go to Taco Bell or Arby's? I don't know anything about either one. Taco Bell is Mexican food. Arby's is typically beef and other meat sandwiches in a more traditional or Americana style. Well, I hate Mexican food, so Arby's. So just having, as an example, so having a little bit of information in that situation helps you make an informed decision. Now, if you didn't know any better and you picked Arby's, you're going to be reasonably happy. You may wonder what you're missing, but you will not be dissatisfied with the choice that you made because it fits your what appeals to you. So you got that 50-50 chance of coming up with the right answer, but you could have chosen Taco Bell not knowing that it was Mexican food and it was a kind of food that you don't like, and you end up there and, I am definitely dissatisfied had I only known. So we value the concept that we can make informed decisions, and by being better informed, we can make better decisions. Generally true. There are problems with that. There's fringe cases. Well, I still got the video thing up here. That's fine. You probably can't read it up there. Let's get it out of the way of that. I'm messing up. Is that better? There we go. Yeah. The Jordan Peterson video with Sam Harris. Let's go back to my comment. Superior. So to reread that last sentence that I just explained, we value informed decision because it improves our likelihood of superior outcomes over uninformed decisions. So, not so. This is also why we find lying to be immoral. It reduces the quality of information we use to make allegedly informed decisions. Allegedly? I should have used the word ostensibly there. So we think we're informed, but the information that we have is bad, so it's misinformation or disinformation. So we feel like we're making an informed decision, but we're making that decision on bad information, which does not improve our chances of a quality outcome it either puts us back into the area of random or steers us towards the inferior choice. And talking about like this, like everything's a dichotomy, but sometimes we have multiple options before us, and understanding the consequences of each one and what goes into those, or the makeup of each of those potential possibilities, helps us choose the one that we will find most beneficial. Let's see. Finding lying to be immoral, it reduces the quality of information we use to make ostensibly informed decisions. Epistemology does not eat its own tail. It is a means to a practically universally valued end. So, is there anybody that doesn't value informed decision? Is there anybody that says, you know what, I'm just going to do a coin toss on everything? I don't need to make any decisions. If something comes up where I need to say left or right, Taco Bell or Arby's, I don't need to know anything about those. I'm just going to choose randomly, and it's going to be okay. It's going to be just as good, or if not better, than knowing what I'm getting myself into. And there's an argument to be made for adventure, going in blind, right? There are times when you just have to say, I don't know how this is going to turn out. I have no idea what I'm getting myself, or very little idea. I mean, how often does anyone do something where they have no idea? But knowingly, I know I don't know. In most cases, people think they have at least some idea, and then later on learn that they didn't have enough information. Anyway, the point being, while there is room for adventure and going in on limited information, generally speaking, when you're making choices, you want to be able to make informed choices. I mean, this is what doctors, informed consent, this is what doctors emphasize in all our favorite medical shows. Did you get him to agree to the surgery? Yes. Did he understand, what could go wrong? The potential, the statistical likelihood that something will go wrong, how bad it can be, best case scenario, worst case scenario. Did you explain all this to him? No. Well, then go back and tell him again, because you did not inform him when you got his consent. We need informed consent. So informed decision is basically the same thing. In a medical procedure, the consequences are a little more salient, a little more upfront, a little easier to understand. Whereas day-to-day choices, the Arby's or Taco Bell, we might not put a lot of weight on the consequences of those choices. But if we know nothing, then we can't really make an informed decision. And we value informed decision because we value superior outcomes, and we want to avoid inferior outcomes. It's kind of like the old carrot and stick, pain and pleasure. As a physical subjective being, I want to avoid pain and I want to seek comfort, if not pleasure. So knowing which one, I'm likely to encounter with any given choice, and to what degree, helps me make those choices. And I believe if there's anybody who doesn't, then there's something wrong with them. And we need to respect other people's informed decision, their right to be informed. Now, one problem with informed decision is it is impossible to know everything about everything, so you cannot make a completely informed decision. You also, if you know a lot about the options before you, you don't necessarily know about random or seemingly unrelated occurrences which will influence the outcome, but given the information you have, you can make a reasonably informed decision. So we're done with that video. I wanted to also talk about, still in the realm of misinformation versus censorship, I guess I'm talking about the value of information, and I'm probably not going to spend a lot of time talking about the value of censorship. I touched on it a little bit earlier. We value warning labels. Is that really censorship? Not really. If we had a magazine stand next to a elementary school selling, I don't know, pornographic material, that tends to be something we tend to agree on when it comes to children. Would we want to censor that newsstand in some way where either they can't have that material there or they need to ensure that it will stay out of the hands of children? That's a form of censorship, but it's one I think that we can all accept, because it's not, well, in the sense that that you can't have that material there at all, then that is a hard censorship. That is preventing anyone from getting the information. So I think we would have to call that censorship. That magazine or magazines, that genre, and that newsstand would be disallowed from sharing information to the public. So that would be censorship. And how we feel about that, I think most of us would be okay with that. Should we be okay with that? It seems like we would need another option if we really cared about freedom of information. It's hard to defend pornography, especially when we're putting children in danger. So that's a tough one. But should no one be allowed to buy pornography because there's a risk, and we can evaluate that risk, that it will come into the hands of children? So, there's a risk reward, and the reward, being freedom of expression, freedom of information, versus the risk, do we really want children to be exposed to that kind of salacious material at a young age when they're, before they've had an opportunity to process physical relationships? Yeah, that seems like the kind of thing that needs to be delayed. But, what are we willing to sacrifice in order to achieve that kind of protection? I find it's a little tough. Yeah, it's like, we want to protect the children, but we also want to protect the licentious. Let's move on, please. How science works. Yeah. We hear a lot of, you don't hear it as much right now, but like a year ago, maybe even 2 years ago, and you still hear it sometimes. Is it believe the science, or is that what it is? Is the cry. And typically it's from people that are pushing for everyone to get vaccinated, and everyone to wear a mask, and everyone to social distance, and to close down certain types of social interactions or venues, and to toe the line, agree with the orthodoxy of information. But let me point out that the vaccinations are great. It has been argued that they're safe. But what does safe mean? You've got to keep in mind that nothing is safe. Everything comes with a risk. So but I think it is safe to say that the vaccines are mostly safe. I feel pretty confident saying that. Are the vaccines valuable? It's disappointing that I don't know about the Johnson & Johnson and some of the ones from around the world, but the mRNA, I think we can lose this link now, can't we? That the mRNA vaccines offer some protection, but not 100% protection, not even 99% protection. If you have been vaccinated, you know, both doses of mRNA vaccines, and you've gotten, 6 months later you got a booster, would that mean that a month, 2 months later, 4 months later, that if you came in contact with someone who was severely ill, had a lot of the virus in their body, and was expelling a lot of the virus in their body, therefore you were inhaling a lot of the virus into your body, would your vaccination prevent you from becoming infected? That's not the way vaccines work. The way vaccines work is they give your body markers to identify a virus or group of viruses, similar viruses. So your body can identify this is a problem. And also, the vaccine gives your body a chance to react to that alien in your body, so that once you deal with the initial vaccination, it improves your immune system, so that if you come in contact with that virus or similar enough virus in the future, then your body will more quickly recognize what is there, that it's a threat and it needs to be responded to, but it also have a sort of memory on how to react to that specific alien, that specific virus or group of viruses, and provide you with the killer cells that will attack that virus, so that sooner rather than later, your body is attacking the virus and it has less chance to multiply in your body. And the less chance it has to multiply in your body, then the less chance you are to have enough of it, that you are expelling enough of it, that you are highly contagious or contagious enough. So while the inoculations don't prevent you from getting the virus in your body again, from the virus attacking you, they do give you improved response time and response capacity, so that as the virus is trying to grow in you and multiply in you, that it has less time to do so, both because it's identified sooner and the attack starts sooner and works faster, because your body, for lack of a better description, knows what to do. It sends the right thing. It doesn't say, maybe if we try putting fire on that gasoline. No, it knows that the fire that's there needs water, or, as an analog. Talking about the science. So, so the vaccines are good in that they do help your body recognize and fight incoming COVID disease. We could argue that, if you take something like your smallpox inoculation, you get one shot, it's good your whole life, and it's unlikely that you will ever develop, even if you're exposed to smallpox, it's unlikely that you will develop enough of the disease in your body from exposure that you will develop any really noticeable symptoms. You'd have to have a huge viral load, take on a lot of the virus, so that it's basically attacking your whole system at the same time. And that's not what we see. We see limited exposures. Well, there's not a lot of smallpox out there in the world anymore, but people who've been inoculated that come into contact with it are better protected in that they are less likely to even develop symptoms. So when we compare like or measles or chickenpox, there's a chickenpox inoculation, right? I could be wrong about that. But it's historically, so many of these vaccines have been really good at keeping you from getting noticeably sick. They don't prevent the virus from, or whatever the sickness is, from entering your body. They don't prevent it from attacking your cells and trying to multiply. They just improve the rate and efficiency of the response. And the COVID vaccines do that as well, but it seems like, the effectiveness that we get from traditional vaccines versus what we're getting now is they're a little disappointing. They work, but if we compare them to those other ones, it's just like, well, I expected more. This is supposed to be the latest, greatest thing, right? So why are we seeing inferior results? People are still, maybe it's the nature of COVID itself. It's highly contagious, and maybe part of that contagion is it does have a short incubation period. So maybe part of that is the rate that it, not only the sensitivity that we have to catching it, but the rate that it can multiply in a body. Maybe that's the whole thing right there. I'm convincing myself that is the reason that that it's the disease rather than the inoculations that have made it seem less effective. But to say it doesn't work, that's not accurate. But people who have been inoculated have been infected afterwards with enough symptoms so as to be noticed. But then there have also been people that, even with the initial infections, there were people that didn't know they had it, but they tested sometime later, and oh yeah, you had it, and they never really developed any symptoms. So now people that have had the vaccines, there's also a tendency for them to have little or no symptoms, which kind of was, in healthier people with no comorbidities. That was fairly common before, and with the latest wave, Omicron, that seems to be the case again, maybe more so, and perhaps with the inoculations, people are even less sensitive to it. So the whole point here is the science says to trust the vaccines, or proponents of the vaccines, the most vocal proponents. I'm a proponent of the vaccine as well. It works, maybe not as close to 100% as I'd like it to, but it does work, and it has prevented a lot of people with comorbidities from really bad and fatal outcomes. So, and it has, I'm confident that it has reduced the spread, even though it doesn't prevent you from catching and spreading the disease. I believe it does reduce the likelihood of doing that, of catching it in any meaningful way, and having it develop in your body enough so that you can spread it. I don't have the hard numbers on that. That seems to be the case, and it's what I believe. I don't regret having gotten my shots. I'm kind of reluctant to get the boosters because I also caught the disease. So with the natural immunity that I've gotten, that's pretty substantial, and that is helped out by having gotten the vaccine as well, which I don't regret. I'm not sure how much it helps with the natural immunity, but it definitely couldn't be worse, could it? I don't see how that's just illogical. What am I trying to get to here? So people have said follow the science, but the people that say to follow the science often don't understand how science works. We've got this idea that we have scientists say things, we need to believe the scientists who say things. But we also need to know that we've had a lot of scientists throughout history who have had incentives to reach certain findings. And, how many tobacco scientists does it take to prove that smoking cures cancer? I think it's just one. But then there's the idea of peer review. Should be able to recognize faults with the science. But if you hide that you're being selective with the information you are using to support your claim or your hypothesis, the people reading your research paper don't necessarily know that. They might suspect it, but based on the information that you've given them, that seems all right. So all they can really do is look at your methodology to see if the methodology you're describing has problems, and sometimes it does. And they can look at the results you got, which typically comes down to what's called a p-value. Basically, you're comparing one group that experienced one set of circumstances to another group that experienced a similar but slightly different set of circumstances. The one thing being different is the thing that you're testing. And the idea is that if you can show enough of a difference in some way between the two groups, that the thing that is different between them is causally linked to that difference. But there can be a lot of things wrong there. And statistical anomalies are they're going to happen eventually. And again, there could be a problem with the methodology that's not covered in the paper. And so one problem that we have is something that's called p-hacking, where researchers will take one experiment, and if they didn't get the result that they were looking for, they can basically take the data that they have, make a series of comparisons to find somewhere in there where there's enough of a difference between these two groups to say that there is a substantial difference between them, and then try to identify what caused that. And it could be coincidence, although if you have a large enough number of people, it shouldn't be. It could be factors that aren't outlined in the methodology explanation. But anyway, you've got researchers who, if you get a result, that's great. That makes you look good, and you want to get results, and you want to get funding in the future. Oh, funding is such a big problem. So if you have been funded to conduct a study, an experiment, whatever, then you're going to want to show some kind of result. Even, and if you've got that P number at a low enough P number to show a big enough difference, then you're saying that something significant happened here, and eureka, I found it. But that's not necessarily the whole story. But you are motivated to get that funding in the future. So yeah, then when you go to peer review, there's a few things that can go wrong there as well. Are the people that are reviewing your paper actually interested enough in your finding? Because it could be that they're trying to prove something different, and so that they are going to be looking for every flaw, or they could be looking for something that is supporting something that they want to publish, in which case they are more likely to agree with you or to support your findings, if for no other reason than they can say, look, he found something similar. I'm sorry. Additionally, with peer review is the problem of citations. One way a researcher is measured for value is how often the work that they've done is cited. So if you know who's going to be reviewing your research paper, and you can include citations to work that they have done before, they are not just going to be flattered, they are going to see that validating this paper is going to make them more valuable, because then there are more citations that go back to their research. And if you are working on something, and typically there is someone that when you're doing research that you submit to a higher authority in your organization, and then they submit that for review to a journal. If you submit that and you don't have anything that cites their work, then they're probably going to want you to cite something from their work, because otherwise, what's in it for them? They've got their career to take care of, and you're not helping them out. And it's sad. I don't know how often it happens, but if you want to tell me that doesn't happen, or it doesn't happen very often, I don't think you've known humans very long. So there are problems with peer review, there are problems with citations, and there are problems with p-value hacking. The way science is supposed to work, well, science is two things. That's important to know. There's the knowledge that we obtain, and again, going back to epistemology, how do we know what is true? The scientific method is one way of trying to establish what is true. And typically it's by trying to say, okay, we have this observation which leads us to believe that this fact, this idea is true. How can we prove, if it weren't true, how could we prove it? And so you go about methods of trying to disprove this idea, this belief, this hypothesis. So, and this is called, I've got it written down here, empirical falsification, which was, we credit to Karl Popper, a philosopher, I think from the 20th century. I want to look that up. It's, kind of sad how recent that was. I mean, but how long ago was it that we developed germ theory, and how long did it take us to move from balancing the humors, bleeding people and whatnot, trepanning people, to the understanding that microorganisms get in people. Karl Popper with a K. Let's see. He was born in 1902, died in 1994. Yeah, so he was... so during his lifetime, within the 20th century, is when empirical falsification became the standard for determining how reliable something is as an accurate representation of reality. So how likely something is to be true. And otherwise, take any statement of fact. How do you know it's true? Some things are axiomatic, like a triangle has 180 degrees when you add its corners together, because that's basically what a triangle is. That's practically the definition of a triangle, if not the actual definition. Whereas other things, like I exist, or let's say a good one is you can't prove that anyone else has a mind. You can only prove that they, show evidence that they seem to, but it could be a trick. And even your own existence, we have the cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. But what is thinking? What is am? What is existing? And what am I? Just because I know, if there is a thought happening, I'm thinking I exist. How can I have that thought unless that thought is happening? And how can that thought exist unless something is doing the thinking? And if I am privy to that thought, how can that thought be had by something that is not me? Or this particular thought originate from something other than myself? And just because there is a thought and I am the originator of that thought, that in some way is evidence or proof, if not evidence, it's at least evidence that I exist. But what is the nature of that existence? I still don't know that. I know I exist in some capacity, and I know I'm, it's me having this thought, and this thought does also exist in some capacity in what I'm interpreting as a reality. But that doesn't mean that we're not in a simulation. That doesn't mean I'm not in a brain in a vat. It doesn't mean that I'm not having a dream. Doesn't mean that this is not some artificial experience. In any number of things that I couldn't even conceive of. But I know I exist because I'm thinking, but I still don't know what I am. I've got an idea based on my interpretation of reality. I've got an idea what thinking is based on neurological research. And again, my relationship with reality gives me an idea of what existence is and what I am. But all very convoluted way of saying the one thing that I can know, I exist because I think, therefore I am. The one thing that's the one thing that I can know, but even knowing that, I don't know what it is that I know. So any knowledge is tricky. And the scientific approach is to take observations, form hypotheses, and then try to disprove the hypothesis by saying, if it wasn't true, what's one way we could prove it? And that's generally how the action of science, the work of science works. So science, you've got two things with science. You've got the knowledge that's built up, and then you've got the accumulation of new knowledge, the method that we accumulate new knowledge to add to or edit our previous knowledge. Wow. Am I still talking about misinformation versus censorship? So you've got people saying believe the science. And typically what they mean by that is the scientific authorities have said that this is true, therefore you should believe it because they are the authorities and there's nothing else. There's nothing that can reasonably challenge that authority. That's the implication. But just like I think, therefore I am, the science, the knowledge that is achieved through science is corrigible. It is malleable. It is always available to be updated. Nothing in our understanding of the world and the way it works and the way things interact, nothing is beyond question. And things, the whole point is to try to better understand, which means that maybe what we believe we understand today is incomplete. It probably is. I had said earlier, if you learn nothing, learn that skepticism and self-skepticism are the only path forward. Another thing, oh man, I lost my train of thought. I should have written it down. Science. Yeah, science. Well, I was on the topic of science is always updating. And basically, it works in parallel with your personal belief systems and your observations and perception. Science is constantly updating because that is the work of science. The knowledge of science is constantly updating because of the work of science, the method of science, the activity of science. So when we say that science says this or a study shows this, that may not be the whole story. It's probably not the whole story. Oh, the thing that I wanted to say was, it's basically like a mantra. Let's see, I am always... If you want to put it in short form, it's I am always wrong. I'm always wrong and you're always wrong. The idea being that most of the time, about most subjects, I am usually wrong, even if only a little bit. So there are areas in which you probably have some expertise and you work with the same thing every day and you are intimately familiar with how it works until one day you realize, oh, I didn't realize that, this one little connection, or if I do this slightly different way, it has a response that I was not expecting or I was not aware of. This happens all the time. And there are also limitations to communication. Language tries to express ideas, but ideas are not always well captured by language. And we love the hell out of people who do a good job of capturing ideas and emotions through language. Because it's not that easy. A lot of the time, we grow up with language, and so the ideas that we have are limited by that language, which is a good reason to try to dabble in other languages, if not outright learn 2 or 3 languages. Preferably from cultures that are different from your own, because they probably have a way of thinking that would not occur to you because your culture tends to think a certain way and the language that you have tends to bind you into that way of thinking. So understanding other cultures and their perceptions through their language can be immensely beneficial in helping your understanding of the world. But again, self-skepticism, and I'm typically wrong about pretty much everything most of the time. There's going to be exceptions. You know, there are axiomatic things like we described. A triangle is 3 points that add up to 180 degrees in their angles, their combined angles. You know, there is a correct definition for a triangle, and if you understand what that is, you are going to be right about that. Maybe there are exceptions when you get into a situation where a two-dimensional perfect plane can't exist, but still, a triangle is a concept. It's not something that actually exists. So as a concept, it has a definition, and it is its definition. Other things in life, what is a human? Well, you know, we've got Homo sapien, we've got this evolutionary tree and our place in it, and all kinds of descriptions. But what two humans are exactly alike? Even twins are slightly different. And so trying to nail down what is human, you're either going to add something that doesn't belong there, or you're going to leave out something that, add something that doesn't belong there, or leave out something that does belong there. I hope I said that right. You know what I meant, right? Did I finish up on science? Citation analysis, citation tracking. Okay, well, let's read a couple definitions, shall we? Since we're not too far from where we were just talking about p-values and citations. Let's see. So a p-value is a measure of the probability that an observed difference could have occurred just by random chance. The lower the p-value, the greater the statistical significance of the observed difference. So the lower the p-value is, the less likely the outcome is to be caused by randomness. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't caused by randomness. Still could have been, just less likely. But then, like I was saying, if you are looking at the data and different ways to interpret it, different ways to single things out, and looking for that lower p-value, so you can say you have a significant difference between your groups, and then, so you've got your p-value, so I've got something substantial here, even if it was caused by something random, even if it was caused by fraud or manipulating the way the information is perceived or curated. So we put a lot of emphasis on p-value. You got to use something, but at the same time, there's no... So it's kind of like a watchdog mechanism within peer review and within research. But who watches the watcher? Who polices the police? How do we know that the p-value is representative in any real way? We just know that we have something that looks like it's not random chance because of this value, but was this value obtained legitimately, or even does this value exist because of randomness or because of actual causal effects that were part of the methodology? So, yeah, as I mentioned, the p-value is as helpful or as harmful. That's probably not true. It can be hacked. It can be gamed, just like any other system. So, sure, we should value it, but we should also understand that it can be manipulated. Citation analysis, I mentioned before, also called citation tracking or cited reference searching, is a way of measuring the relative importance or impact, or I think that's supposed to be of. It says or an author, but I think it's supposed to be of an author, article, or publication by counting the number of times that author, article, or publication has been cited by other works. So, oh man, shame on me. That's not my work. I'm quoting someone else, but I don't think I kept track of where I got that from. Oh, just Google. No, that's curation. And there's the Voltaire quote, and so I don't see which one I click. Oh, so just straight a peer review citation tracking. If you Google that, there's the first Google result, which I don't see where that comes from. I think it's from libguides.sjsu.edu. Sometimes it's hard to... Yeah, that is where it's from, which is San Jose State University. And then p-value, and then the p-value definition I got is from... Actually, it's from Investopedia.com. But economics and science have a lot in common, and p-value is the same in both of those, or it's used pretty much the same way to discover if correlation is probably causation. So the whole point of that science talk was people say trust the science, but they don't understand science. They don't understand that there are incentives, perverse incentives that can keep people... I didn't even get to some of this. If your boss is Anthony Fauci and you're doing research that doesn't support what he's saying, what's going to happen to that research? If your research depends on funding, and the research that you've come up with does not corroborate what the authorities, whether it's Anthony Fauci, CDC, American Medical Journal, if the people that either directly or indirectly influence your ability to get funding for your research in the future, if you are disagreeing with them, how good is that for you? Now, traditionally, 10 years ago, I would have said the best thing you could do as a scientist is prove everyone wrong and come up with a better answer, and then you will be heralded as a genius. I'd like that to be true. That's the way science is supposed to work. But if you're not funding yourself, if you're relying on funding through general, the way scientists generally rely on funding, either from a company that they work for or a research organization that's a mostly, if not entirely, public organization, if you're reliant on money coming from the people that have gotten where they are with the research that they've done and the relationships that they have, if your research countermands them, contradicts them, what is the likelihood that your research is going to be widely shared, is going to get to peer review, is going to get published, and then even if it is discovered or it's peer reviewed and not rejected, what is the likelihood that you are going to get more funding from those same sources? Or really any sources, since there tends to be a network. And there tends to, and this is especially true of the boomer generation, that most of the people that are in power now or in seats of authority have been there for decades. And those people that are in those seats of authority tend to have gotten there because they made the they knew how to get the purse strings to loosen, and there is a relationship between where the money comes from and the kind of research that they promote. So this looks like a conspiracy theory, but there is a lot that doesn't require, people meeting in dark smoke-filled rooms agreeing to do evil. It's just people that recognize, this is how I got here, this is how I keep the gravy train flowing, and this is how I keep my position of status, importance, control. And if something is going to upset that, interfere with it, then it would take a lot of discipline, a lot of self-skepticism to say, no, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I need to put my position and my status at risk to support something that contradicts me. That takes a lot of discipline. And asking people to do that, I don't want to just point at Anthony Fauci all the time, but he's the most clear example of someone who has risen to a position of authority and influence and status. He probably gets paid pretty well. He probably has a lot of influence over what research gets conducted, what research gets shut down, what makes it to peer review, what makes it through peer review. I think once it gets to peer review, the influence at that point is if everyone that's within that organizational tree, if it helps their career or hinders their career and their future funding, that is going to have some impact on their decision. And again, they don't have to be thinking in terms of money. They don't have to be thinking in terms of how is this going to affect my ability to get research funding in the future. It has to do with, I believe in what I've done, or it could be, I believe in what I've done, and anything that contradicts what I've done is basically like asking me to devalue the effort, the work, the status. It's basically asking me to admit I'm a fraud. And how many people do you know that are looking forward to opportunities to do that? I try to tell myself that I look for opportunities to admit that I'm wrong. And conscientiously, I do. But at the same time, if someone tells me something I disagree with, that's not my natural reaction. I have to, again, going back to that self-skepticism and that acknowledgement that I'm mostly wrong, or at least partially wrong most of the time about most things. And that is contradictory to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Up there you've got your self-actualization, you've got your status needs, you've got your mating needs, all these things that you need to feel good about yourself, and you need other people to feel good about you in various ways. And so looking for opportunities to upset that, to damage that icon that you've made of yourself, that image that you've made of yourself, that's just not natural. So I guess I'm not natural either. But I am, because I have those same instincts. I need to look like the hero. I need to look like I know what I'm talking about. I need to look like I'm on the side of good. I need to look valuable. I have those needs, but I recognize that those needs will sometimes push me in the wrong direction, and I want to value what is true more than what makes me feel and project value. And that's not natural. That's, you don't see chimps doing that, do you? It takes a capacity that seems to only be present in humans, that self-analysis, that self-skepticism, that ability to recognize your own place in the world and question it. Question the perception that you have of that place in the world. Question the value that you are bringing to the world, and is it really what you think it is? Is it really as valuable as you think it is? Or is it maybe some of that, but mostly an illusion? And, dogs can't do that. Chimps can't do that. I doubt dolphins can do that. That seems to be a uniquely human capacity to say, yeah, I feel like this is what I need to do. All my instincts are telling me self-preservation, comfort, status, self-actualization are pushing me in this direction, and me saying something about me saying, wait a minute, what if I'm wrong? Do I care that I'm wrong? Or do I care about chasing the carrot and avoiding the stick? And like I mentioned earlier, I did mention this, I know I did earlier, informed decision. That skepticism, that ability to question the incentives that are driving you in a certain direction, to say, that would be materially, hierarchy of needs wise, that would be superior to me saying, what if I'm wrong? Hey, everybody, look, I'm wrong. I'm not as smart as I thought I was. Well, just because you are correcting yourself does not mean you're not smart. But it can look that way. You are inviting scrutiny. You are inviting people to question your capacity at whether it's thinking or whatever it is you're good at. Calling attention to your shortcomings is contrary to not just human nature, but animal nature. But I'm suggesting that there is a value to it in your ability to say, in your ability to have a better informed decision, better informed understanding of yourself, which can inform your decisions as far as what else you're going to do in your life. Are you going to continue to pursue that carrot, knowing that you're donning a facade, or there's a more accurate representation of reality that you're avoiding just to meet your hierarchy of needs. And the only way that you can do that is to make that veer, to take the harder path, is to understand that within that hierarchy of needs, that is that self-actualization, that understanding that, oh, I can meet my needs this way, but it damages my self-actualization because now I understand that that's more true than this. So how do you take the harder path? It's going to be difficult for everybody. But to me, starting with that self-skepticism, that understanding that I am mostly wrong most of the time about most things, or I'm wrong about most things most of the time, even if only a little, probably a better way to say it. And by understanding the shortcomings of maybe not who I am, but my understanding of the world, that will improve me in a way which may damage those lower levels of my hierarchy of needs, but will be more rewarding to that top of the pyramid in that hierarchy of needs. And then that is tough, because the hierarchy of needs is the way it is because your basic needs need to be met. So if you are putting those at risk, that is extremely difficult. That goes against our nature. I believe it leads to a better future, a better individual. But I can't tell people you have to do it that way, because I understand it is hard. And maybe those lower levels of your hierarchy of needs aren't really being met as it is. So jeopardizing those is just too great a risk, or sacrifice. So there is a better way, but if you don't have a place to live, if you don't have food, if no one likes you, pursuing that higher self-actualization, self-appreciation, that's hard. And in a capitalist society where, the bottom half of people in that capitalist society kind of have a hard time keeping up, that's extremely challenging. And potentially devastating. Which is, one more reason why I support things like UBI, Universal Basic Income, so that people have their basic needs met so that they can be more honest to themselves and others. So the consequences of failure or correction are survivable and rewarding, because you get the benefit without the loss. I did not expect to end up on this little spur of information, stream of consciousness of ideas. It is better to look for where you are wrong and correct it, but it's seldom easy and can be very costly. Oh, it was because we were talking about how science funding and the science authority works. So just because science authority is pushing a certain narrative, is saying that we need to do this, this, and this, they might be wrong. And in those situations, we've got to understand, we should try to understand why they are saying the things they are saying. One, do they believe it? Two, why do they believe it? Because if there's a legitimate reason they believe the things they're saying, then they should be able to make other people believe the same way. Again, unless they don't value your capacity or willingness to understand. I remember a time, I think we all remember this time, where early on in the pandemic, Anthony Fauci, God, I hate that I keep going back to this guy. I kind of like him, but I have some problems with him too, and obviously here's one of them. He said that masks don't work in prevention of COVID transmission. His words, and I'm probably slightly misquoting him, but I believe that is the gist of what he said. Again, if I'm wrong, I want to know it. Leave a comment. I appreciate it. But he was discouraging people from going out and buying protective, like masks and other PPE. What does it stand for again? Personal protective? I can't even remember. Let's look it up. It was PPE, right? It wasn't PPP, it was PPE, personal protective equipment. Yeah. I was remembering the letters wrong. So he was discouraging people from going out and buying it. And then it wasn't, 3 months later, he came out and started saying the opposite. People need to be wearing masks to reduce the transmission of disease. And that the reason that he had said that it didn't work before was because that we were short on supply and we needed to make sure that medical personnel got enough to perform their duties safely. So it was a good reason to lie, if ever there is one, but it was a lie. And, he admitted it. Thank goodness he did. Example to us all, right? Except keep in mind that he deliberately misinformed the public rather than properly informing the public and letting us make our own decision. So, in my opinion, what he should have done is said that yes, PPE does reduce or is likely to reduce the transmission of disease, slow the spread of the pandemic. And, we were all in the flatten the curve stage back then. If you're not familiar with that, the idea was new disease and spreads quickly. And some people had no symptoms. Other people had very bad symptoms, especially in their lower respiratory system, and needed hospitalization and ventilators. And we had potentially neither the hospital capacity or the equipment capacity to treat everybody that might be exposed and infected in a short period of time. So we were trying to reduce the speed of the proliferation of the spread of the disease, trying to reduce the number of new infections per day so that we could also reduce the number of hospitalizations per day so that people that were there could heal up, move out, and make room for new people that needed that extra care in hospitals and that needed ventilation. So we were trying to reduce the rate of spread so that hospitals could manage incoming patients. That way, we'd have more survivors. Hospitals would get better quality of results as well as fewer mortalities and fewer, well, I guess that's just better outcomes, right? So the reason was flattening the curve, slowing the spread with the intention of giving medical response an opportunity to treat the people that were infected properly. So instead of saying initially that PPE doesn't work with the noble intentions of preserving PPE for healthcare workers, and I mock, but that is a noble intention. Making sure the people on the front lines have the best case scenario for dealing with a bad scenario. That is a noble reason. But instead of misinforming the public, disinforming the public, deliberately telling the public something that wasn't true, putting the public at risk so that healthcare workers have a better chance of dealing with every given situation. Rather than doing that, would not, I'll leave it to you. This is my belief, but I'll leave it to you. Would it not have been better to tell the American people that, yes, we believe PPE reduces the spread of this disease, but we currently have a shortfall, and we need to prioritize healthcare workers, the people that are most directly and most frequently dealing with this situation. We need to make sure that they have the equipment that they need so that we can have better outcomes for everybody, especially the people most at risk. Either most at risk because frequency of exposure, and then also most at risk because of, bad infections, bad symptoms, strong symptoms. And then offer people an alternative, bandana, wear a t-shirt. I did this the other day because I was sanding some plaster. Wear a t-shirt over your nose and above your shoulders. So you're going to get some filtration there, both in and out. Would it not have been better to give people the truth and an alternative rather than just tell people masks don't work and you shouldn't be buying them? I'm sorry, it still makes me mad. It's been a while. But it still makes me mad that someone in authority directly and deliberately said something that wasn't true to the people that are supposed to, he's there in a position of authority so that we can trust him to do what's right for us. And I believe that he violated that trust. Again, why is lying evil? Because it takes away your informed decision. And in this situation, there are, when you're talking to the entire United States population, if not the world, and telling them to put themselves more at risk without telling them that the truth and that the reason for it is you want to protect a small number of people for good reason. To me, he did the wrong thing. And it just forever damaged, in my mind, his credibility. And then subsequently, he, I will say, appears to have lied, for the lawyers. There has been the appearance that he has lied about other things, like the probable origin of the disease. I think there's a lot of evidence to suggest, if not prove, that he lied about that. His involvement or support for, what's it even called? I can't remember what it's called now. Gain of function research. His testimony in that, around that, seems like semantics, sophistry at best, but it seems like he was trying to protect his position, again, maybe for a good reason. Maybe here's a problem with a lot of people in authority. It's what's it called? It's called the meritocracy. They believe they got to the positions where they are because they are in some way uniquely or more deserving. And kind of uniquely is kind of an exaggeration. But like in that situation, I can see someone as the head of the CDC saying, I know where the bodies are buried. I know what happens when you pull on each string. I know how to steer the ship. I understand human health, and I need to maintain my position because if I don't, then someone else who doesn't know as well as me will have to come in, and then we'll all be screwed, or at least not as well off. So I can understand him wanting to protect his position, even if it's a delusion. And I'm sure there is some truth to it, the experience, the connections, that's got to account for something. But the judgment, and he's never, what's it going to take for him to recognize he made bad judgment errors? He made errors in bad judgment. And and if he doesn't recognize that, he won't recognize what led him to make errors of bad judgment and will be susceptible to making them again. And I think it's that self-skepticism and that acknowledgement that I'm wrong about most things most of the time, even if only a little. Why am I still talking about him? But people in authority tend to believe that they're there because they are the answer to the problem, which negates the possibility that they should leave that position of authority, that it creates the delusion that any challenge, maybe it's not a delusion, maybe it's a fact, but I'm going to call it a delusion. It creates the delusion that any challenge to their authority is a challenge to the well-being of whatever they're in charge of, the human race in this case, American health, public health. So with all that writing, how are you supposed to say, look, everybody, I made a mistake, but trust me, even though I lied to you at least once, if not twice, if not 3 times, that, I can think of off the top of my head. So he and others in their positions believe they're there because they can do the best job. And there may be some truth to that, but I think it could be challenged that, I know it could be challenged because creativity comes through volatility almost always. And if he or anyone like him is in that position, they're going to tend to get stuck in a rut. They're going to go down the same road. This is what got me here. This is what I'm sticking with. I believe in what I've done, therefore I believe in what I'm doing, therefore I'm going to keep doing it. But if you put someone else in there, then they're going to have a different perspective, even if they have similar training, background, experience. They're going to have a slightly different perspective, if not a greatly different perspective. And that leads to the possibilities and potentialities of something new, possibly something better. You know, if it's not better, then we can look at that and say, hey, let's go back to what was working before. If it is better, then we can say, hey, this is working better. Why is it working better? Can we do something else along these? You know, you get the idea. It's kind of the same as the diversity argument. When you bring in different perspectives, different backgrounds, you create new opportunities. You create creativity is what you do. But by keeping things stagnant, if you know, what's the difference between being in a groove and being in a rut? I think it's subjective, but I think it's basically the difference between, you know, we can't make improvements because we're doing what has worked versus being in a groove. You know, this seems to be working. But I would say that with our pandemic response, how well did it work? There's a lot of unhappiness. You know, there was going to be unhappiness because, you know, it's not a good thing. There's going to be bad outcomes. But how much of those bad outcomes was because we weren't given the truth, we weren't given the opportunity for informed decision, and we got stuck in our ways, or our leadership was stuck in their ways. That seems to be the case. On top of that, these narratives that we were given, these, again, I am alleging, or I'm going to call them alleged lies, were presented to us and reinforced under testimony, or under oath, I guess, testimony under oath, as well as, you know, other things that were not congressional hearings. And I keep going back to Fauci, but he is just one person in a chain of people in leadership that were clinging to a narrative of dubious factuality. Oh, I forgot where I was going. Oh yeah, misinformation versus censorship. So they wanted a certain behavior from the American people, a certain set of behaviors. So we were told what was believed to would get us to act in the way that was wanted for us to act. You know, lockdowns, eventually masking, eventually vaccinations. When we were told things that might not have been true, it was because we were not trusted with the truth. We were not trusted to come to the same conclusion that our leadership wanted us to come to, that we would not behave in the way that we were wanted to behave if allowed to come to our own conclusions. But we didn't anyway, because we recognized that we weren't being told the truth. And so it's probably even worse, because if we know that we can't trust someone, then we suspect everything they say, even if it's making perfect sense. Especially if you develop a disliking for them, or because It's like, I like that guy, but I distrust him. And then when he tells you something that you want to believe, well, that's a little bit easier to believe. But if it's, someone that you don't like and they tell you something you want to believe, you are more likely to recognize you're being manipulated. So, when your leadership lies to you a little bit, then you question everything. Don't you? Especially if you are in some way in opposition to that leadership. With our political system, we've got the left and right. So, anyone have a question? I don't think anyone's here. Am I even live? It says I'm live. Hello.
Hello. My shoes wouldn't happen to still be in here, would they?
They are still in here.
Oh, thank goodness. I've been looking for so long.
Right where you left them. Oh my God, I told you to remember they were there.
I did not.
And you did not. You gonna Pokemon go outside?
Huh?
You gonna go outside?
Yeah.
Got the shirt.
Up trash, for my job.
Excellent.
Love you.
Love you. So believe the science. Except, can you? Can you believe the people that are telling you what is the science? Then there's also the financial incentives of pretty much all we've been told for the last year and a half is get vaccinated, get boosted, get vaccinated, get boosted. Like that is the only way the only thing that we can collectively come together to do to overcome this, which, that's a whole nother tangent. But there are other things, why isn't there more public awareness about potential therapeutics? It just seems like anything that comes up that is not masking, distancing, lockdown, and vaccination is not part of the acceptable narrative. And the masking, I'm not sure about. That seems to be tribal more than anything else. Why people disagree with it versus don't want to. I can't quite put my finger on that one. The vaccination hesitancy seems to be somewhat political, and then also somewhat mistrust of authority, and then also where are the incentives in the vax versus don't vax argument? All the money, Wall Street is on the side of vaccinations because that drives the profitability of both the healthcare system in general, which, mixed feelings there because I love my healthcare workers, but I don't know if I trust the businesses they work for, since so many healthcare organizations are corporate interests, which are mostly, it feels like they're mostly administrations getting in between people and their best outcomes. I forgot where I was going with that. Maybe I just need to wrap it up. But yeah, where was I going with that? Should have had a better outline, I guess. Incentives. So it seems like all the eggs are put in the basket of driving vaccinations, increasing the frequency of boosters. That actually seems to have fallen through. There was briefly a push for boosters every 5 months versus 6 months, and I haven't heard about that in a while. But people are still pushing 6-month boosters. If it's been 6 months since your vaccine or your last boost, then get another booster. And again, that all seems to go towards profitability of the companies that make the vaccines and the healthcare systems that distribute and provide them. But I also don't think it's quite that. Maybe it is quite that simple. I don't, and it kind of goes back to, yes, the vaccines work, but understanding what we mean when we say the vaccines work. Does that mean that how does that tell us how important boosters are, or how frequently we should be getting them? And one of the problems with it is it's a one-size-fits-all solution, and different people have had different experiences and different current health conditions. So I would say someone with obesity or diabetes or COPD or any of the frequent comorbidities probably should get in there and get that booster just in case, cost-benefit analysis, risk versus reward. I would say that's the right thing to do. Get that booster, because you are at risk if you get an infection, or at least a strong infection, and you don't know what you're going to get. And currently, Omicron doesn't seem to be as harmful or as deadly as, let's say, Delta. But we don't know what the next wave is going to be. Viruses, or maybe most diseases, over time tend to get less lethal but more virulent, tend to get easier to spread. And Omicron fits that pattern. Delta kind of went against it. But again, just because it's a tendency doesn't mean that is the way it's going to be. So will the next wave, follow expectations, or will it swing back the way Delta did and become more harmful? We don't know. That's just the nature of this kind of thing. Evolution of a virus or disease-causing vector. So that's another reason. It's fear of the unknown, but because it is unknown, should you get a booster because you don't know how bad the next wave will be? Maybe. Again, if you have those comorbidities, I would say definitely. I would say we're not out of the woods. In some ways it feels like we are. In other ways, we definitely aren't. But if you are young and healthy, if you've had the vaccine, or if you are known to have been infected and you got over it, should you get a booster? I obviously not the guy to recommend that you don't, and I don't know that I would. But do you need to get one? I think that's a question worth asking. But the way we have things set up with one size fits all, it's get vaxxed, get boosted. But what about my good health? What about, yeah. No, it's just, and maybe the idea there is with the one size fits all, the more people that you get vaccinated, the statistically, the less likely you are to have more spread. Maybe that's, I mean, in some ways that's absolutely true. How could it not be true? But other than, like me, people going in to get their vaccinations or boosters get sick because someone in line is shedding the virus in your general direction. But yeah, generally speaking, how could it not? But goes back to cost benefit, risk reward. You know, does the one size fits all, does it really make sense? And do we want to acknowledge our democratic, informed electorate, informed decision? Or do we just want to say, no, don't think for yourself. You can't be trusted to think for yourself. We've got this one-size-fit-all solution, and get in line. I don't know that that's the right answer. I suspect it is not, even though I do support vaccination. And in general, I support the boosters as well. I will be getting a booster probably before the end of the month. I'm reluctant because I'm a little bit wishy-washy on it. I don't think I need one because I had the initial inoculations, as well as having had the infection. I think I'm probably pretty well protected. I had intended on getting a 1-year booster. I would do it for flu. Why wouldn't I do it for COVID? Is my thinking. Even if it's not necessary, I believe it would be probably beneficial because the disease is still circulating, and even though I do have good immunity because of previous infection and inoculation, there will be mutation. And just like flu virus, I don't know if the immunity that I've built up from previous exposure and inoculation will be adequate to a virus that's been evolving for a year since my infection and inoculation. So, yeah, I intend to get one. I had hoped to wait a year, but work requirements, and I guess I do need to think about the people that I work with. If you've seen my Why I Wear a Mask video, you know what I'm talking about. Even though I think that's a year old now. Yeah, that was before the vaccines were available. Or at least before it was available to me. I think we talked about science. We talked about leadership making themselves untrustworthy. Incentives. Yeah, there is a financial incentive to get as many people vaccinated and boosted as frequently as possible. That doesn't mean that it's not a good idea, but it does, when someone has an ulterior motive, it does make you question whether the decision that they have made for you is in your best interest or solely in theirs. That's the concern. And given what we talked about on how research is funded, conducted, reviewed, what are we likely to find out? And I'm also assuming that there are relationships between drug manufacturers and healthcare leadership and political leadership, both in terms of funding, influence, and, maybe when you're done working in your government position, we'll have a position for you over here. By the way, this would be good for us if this happened. it sounds like some very dirty corruption, but it's also how things get done in Washington and, basically anywhere money can circulate. And if people think, well, I'm doing the right thing and I'm benefiting from it, then they're less likely to look for ways in which they are doing the wrong thing. I think I covered that pretty well. Questions, comments there? I did want to move on since we got talking about healthcare pandemic because it presented us with examples of misinformation and censorship. And I kind of didn't go into the censorship that much, but organizations that disagreed with medical authorities tended to get shouted down. We have seen some censorship. I mean, I was happy to see Trump go off of Twitter, but at the same time, it was censorship. And I didn't like it. And what's worse about it is because he played a role in the development of vaccines and their availability, he was a big proponent of vaccination. And they suspended him and eventually banned him from Twitter at exactly the wrong time, because as the vaccinations were becoming available to the public, he was a big proponent of the vaccination because, he was taking credit for them. And I was, if it got people to take the vaccination, I was happy to let him take the credit, let the history books, sort it out. I think enough people understand that, he wasn't in there working in the lab. How much credit does he deserve? Some. He definitely deserves some, because if nothing else, he didn't get in the way. And as the vaccines were coming out, he got the vaccine and he was a proponent. He recommended that other people get the vaccines as well. So if he had remained active on Twitter, or I should say, if he had been allowed to remain active on Twitter, he probably would have been telling people to get the vaccine. Yo, get the Trump vaccine. It's huge. People say it's really good. Maybe the problem we would have had then is the left wing would have been vaccine hesitant, but I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah, I would like to, wish I had a time machine so I could, or some way of going to that fork in time and seeing how it would have turned out if it had gone the other way. But again, going back to our Voltaire misattributed quote, I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. And of course, Voltaire was actually a pseudonym. I don't remember his real name. I looked it up earlier, but I forgot. So, but the quote that is attributed to him, let's see.
Monsieur l'abbé, je déteste ce que vous écrivez, mais je donnerai ma vie pour que vous puissiez continuer à écrire.
And according to Google Translate, it's more like, Father, I hate what you write, but I will give my life so that you can continue to write. And again, while he may not have actually written that, the person that did write it was paraphrasing an ideal that seems to be consistent with Voltaire's ideals. Oh, I wanted to... Here, I do something real quick here. Boom. Oh, that's me. And then I wanted to do this. And no, I guess that's not how that works. I just wanted to make my gaming account a moderator on this channel in case that ever became an issue. But apparently it's not gonna let me. Maybe we'll do it later. Let's see. Close that. All right, so I think we can move on. Covered science pretty well. Telling the public the truth. Trump off Twitter, yeah. So looking at censorship today, there are a bunch of people that I won't listen to, because even when they get a little bit right, they get a lot wrong, or the way that they get to it is fallacious. Examples: Rush Limbaugh, Glenn Beck, Ted Cruz, Alex Jones. And I just remembered, what's his name? I can't remember. He's always accused of talking too fast, and then he downplays that, but it's like he doesn't understand what they're talking about is gish galloping, which, feel free to look up gish galloping. But the problem with these people, it's easy to look at them and say, oh, I mean, the censorship in the scientific community. So before we continue, there was a lot of censorship. There was cooperation between the mass media, the establishment politicians, and the establishment medical leadership, medical authorities. So without any pushback between them, they were all pushing in the same direction. And understanding the incentives that keep the media largely in line with establishment politics. Now, when I say establishment politics, I mean both right-wing and left-wing. There is a whole political industry, and that intersects with the media industry. And typically you get your left-wingers on MSNBC and your moderates on CNN and your right-wing on Fox or wherever. But if you stray too far from, if your politics threaten establishment politics, and which has largely to do with the way elections are funded, which tends to come largely from people with money, or entities with money. So entities with money have a lot of influence on politics, because you can't get elected unless you can make nice with the moneyed entities. So even if you disagree with them, you are going to be somewhat placating, because if you can't get elected, you can't do any good, assuming that you are well-intended and not just straight up corrupt. So even if you have the best intentions, you can't get a seat at the table to influence policy and make things better for people unless you get elected, and you can't get elected unless you get funded, and you can't get funded adequately because someone else will be funded better than you if you are not in some way appealing to the moneyed entities, which is, rich people corporations, where do you think all political action committee and super PACs, where do you think their money comes from? It's not from grassroots. The little guy saying, I finally found someone who's looking out for my interest. No, it's the opposite. The big guys saying, another one looking out for my interests. And, we need to keep the gravy train rolling. We can't upset the status quo. So it is hard to get elected without money, and it's hard to get enough money if you are a threat to the way the entities that are making money are making money. Does that sound like a conspiracy, or does that sound like, of course, it explains itself. How else could it be? It's one of those things where, like, we all complain that, you can't get elected unless you're corrupt, or, we make these little statements half joking, but only half, and yet we only half believe them. And then again, when a politician is representing us, we tend to, when they're elected to represent us, we tend to side with them more, and they tend to placate us more with placating rhetoric. And then politicians that are going to bat for our team, we tend to support them, even if while they are giving us the platitudes, telling us the things that we want to hear that adhere to our cultural values, while they're on TV, and then they go back to Congress and vote for something that is not beneficial to you, but is beneficial to some entity that was beneficial to them getting elected and will be beneficial to them getting elected in the future. I have joked about running for Congress, running for Senate, mostly because I see Josh Hawley as a grifter. That word gets thrown around a lot, but he just seems to me someone who tells the people things that they want to hear that are interesting, and then he just supports what will further his political career. Am I wrong? I don't think I'm wrong, but largely because of him, but also because I just don't trust anyone else. We've got this one guy, is it Lucas Kuntz? I think this is his name, running in Missouri, I think for Senate. And he seems largely trustworthy, but I've also seen him just grab onto the party status quo lines. And so I've got mixed trust for him, if that's even a possibility. Oh my goodness, somebody's here. Hello, somebody. Wow, lost my train of thought again. But so I had thought about, well, maybe I should run if I don't trust anyone else to do it. If the problem is corruption and funding and getting support from your party, I couldn't possibly win. But if I did, then maybe I could fight back against that and try to push for what is good for most people rather than what is good for Wall Street. But, how could I even get elected if I can't get the money? It's just, the point I was trying to make there to begin with. It's just the incentives protect the status quo. Misinformation versus censorship. Yeah, I get a little off topic there. Censorship today. I was talking about the TV and podcast personalities, Fox News, that I don't like because I find that they're often wrong when I do agree with them, it's almost as though they're still pushing something that I disagree with things that are true. And of course, when it comes to perspectives, when someone is looking at things from a different perspective, it isn't necessarily that either one of you is right or wrong. It's an approach and a prioritization, and the ability to recognize that is, you don't see it. It's pretty rare, but I think it's beneficial if you actually want to solve problems. Getting people that have slightly different priorities but still want to make things better, that's someone you can work with. Someone who's just there to make sure their next election goes well so they can keep their seat at the table, rather than someone who's there actually trying to make things work. And the whole system, even when you get there, is pushing you to get in line and support the status quo. Yeah, even if I got elected, could I fight that? I don't even know how challenging it would be, but I know the incentives would all be pushing the other direction. And without cooperation, it would be next to impossible to get anything done. So probably the best thing I could do in a situation like that, if I got that far, would be just to make noise until, I got shut up one way or the other. Probably, nobody's perfectly clean. I've got plenty of things I'm embarrassed about. And then, maybe there would be something completely made up as well. Do I trust things to shake out honestly? No. Why would anyone? Hello?
Hello.
It's Wolfgang again.
Are you streaming?
I am streaming.
Are you streaming before?
Yeah.
Oh.
You didn't know?
No.
Okay.
I'm wearing headphones.
Oh, yeah, I usually wear headphones. But I'm not gaming either.
Oh, you're not? What are you doing?
I'm talking about politics. Your favorite.
My favorite, definitely.
Do you have any thoughts on misinformation or censorship?
Well, misinformation is bad because it makes people think the wrong things, like the earth is flat and such. And what was the other one?
Censorship.
Censorship. It's okay because children exist.
Censorship is okay because children exist. I almost made the same case earlier, but yeah, I don't know. Are you going to hang out or are you going to go do something?
I don't know. I was just coming in here to ask if you could check if my work was done. But now that I know that you're streaming, you probably can't do that.
No. So, as long as you did a good enough job, move on to the next thing. Love you.
I love you.
So, whoa. Yeah, that thing has been really unreliable as far as standing up, so I probably need to get a sandbag for it. Anyway, thanks for stopping by. Wolfgang, everybody. So, yeah, and, I don't want the power, I don't want the responsibility, but from everything I know, that just makes me think that makes me a better candidate. Anyway, moving on, I was talking about and I named a bunch of right-wingers that I don't trust. I don't listen to them because, one, I don't trust them. I don't trust them to be right, and then I don't trust them to say things that they believe are true. I trust them to push the narrative that they want to push. And sometimes they are going to say things that are true, and so sometimes I am going to agree with them. But for the most of the time, for the most part, I find that I'm frequently insulted by, when someone is treating you like you're stupid, and that's how I find them insulting, as well as it seems obvious often enough that their incentives are in the wrong place, and they're pushing a narrative I don't believe in. But that's also true of a lot of left-wingers as well. MSNBC is horrible at this. If they've got something that supports their narrative in any way, then, they will pounce on it and expound on it and exaggerate it and spin it in a manner that can't be called anything but dishonest. And then CNN, as I mentioned, 2 hours ago now? Probably 2 hours ago. Cannot be trusted because the most clear example is the second war with Iraq and how we got lied into that and how they went right along with it, when their responsibility as journalists is to question what the government and government experts are telling them. And instead of being journalists like we were foolish enough to expect them to be, they were just reading press releases from the White House. I don't think that's too much of an exaggeration. That has actually happened in recent history. But yeah, it's just hand in hand. And some of that has to do, well, a lot of it seems to do with access journalism. If you want to be able to interview our people so that you can have them on your show and you can get more viewership because of this interesting interview, then you need to play ball with us, or you can't have access to our candidate or our representative, our elected official. And again, the money comes from the same places. CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, these are all publicly traded companies. They all have shareholders. What is the likelihood that someone that holds shares in Fox News is not also going to hold, it's not even Fox News, I can't even remember what their parent company was, although I think they might even be part of Disney now? I'm not sure. But anyway, there are shareholders. And what is the likelihood that the shareholder, if you have shares in, or enough shares to matter in one media company, that you're not also going to have a lot of shares in another media company, even if they're competitors? And if you're in a business or in the business where public relations, the way the public sees your business matters, and if you need to be able to work in a way that government regulators aren't going to constantly be getting in your way, then it is in your best interest to be a shareholder in the companies where information is disseminated, as well as funding electoral candidates, basically for both sides, although you may have a favorite, but getting people to listen to you and getting people to care if you're mad, if you're a shareholder and you don't like what's going on, and you are a big enough shareholder, that you can call or have someone call a CEO, president of a company where you hold shares, that's going to have some influence. And again, it sounds like a conspiracy, but that's where the incentives are. If the incentives are there and someone has the resources, it would be stupid not to try to expand your influence both into the agencies that are going to have regulatory power over you, as well as the companies that are going to be telling the American people what's good and bad. Why wouldn't you? You'd just be dumb not to. So I know it sounds like a conspiracy theory, but how can you not think that that doesn't happen on the regular? How can you not think that that is the way it gets done most of the time? I mean, I want to believe in journalism, that journalists go to work and they want to bring truth and discovery to the American people, or, people of the world. But who gets hired by a corporate media company? Someone who is going to go along with their mission statement, their vision. What is it that they want to do? Mostly they want to make money. But then there's also the fact that they are a corporation, so they don't want their corporation to look bad. They don't want to make their shareholders angry. They want to maintain access with politicians and people of interest. So how do they juggle all of this, make money, stay nice with politicians, stay nice with the shareholders? They're just serving too many masters. By the time you get through all of that, informing the public, there's just no room left, in the list of priorities. It's so far down there. Well, if we can get to that. And typically, instead of doing that, you're going to go with what does not harm the political party that you're best affiliated with. In the cases of Fox or MSNBC, you're not going to upset your shareholders, who probably hold shares in lots of companies, not just the media company you work for. So you don't want to do anything. Well, maybe you don't care if you, let's say you work for MSNBC and you've got a story on, let's say Raytheon, big defense contractor, and there's some sort of problem there, and it's kind of a scandal, and when people find out about this, they're going to be so angry, and the stock price of Raytheon will drop. And let's say you get away with covering that story because no one noticed in time to stop you. You're probably going to get a call from your boss and say, well, I got a call from these shareholders, this probably group of shareholders, that were a little disturbed by that coverage. So do me a favor. I'm your boss. Do me a favor. Next time you want to cover something like that, run it by me first. Are you even going to bother to, something comes up, it's like, oh, wow, another Raytheon story. Ooh, it's so juicy. But I've got to run it by my boss, who might shoot me down, who might be mad at me. What are you going to do with a story like that? If you have the best of intentions, you have to recognize that if you go with it, you might get shot down. You might be allowed, but even if you're allowed, you're probably damaging your career potential. What are you going to, and what if you can't get a hold of your boss? You're probably just going to start avoiding those situations. That's if you start with the best of intentions. What if you are just ambitious and I want to be the biggest news anchor? Something like that. You're in it more for the money and the popularity than a call to the holy inspiration of journalism. And, if you're getting on TV, there's a chance that vanity has something to do with it. Yeah, I'm just imagining Jake Tapper sitting from the mirror. Someday I'm going to be the biggest news anchor. I can't quite see that. Maybe you can. Wow, how's that for a distraction? But, so if you go to work for a news corporation, a media corporation, you are either going to start off with intentions that align with their corporate interests, or at least don't go against them, or you're going to learn to, or you probably won't be there that long. Does that sound like a conspiracy, or does that sound like that's probably the way the world works? Or both. Again, it doesn't have to be people meeting in a darkened room, smoke-filled room, with nefarious intents, plotting on how they're going to control the world or get away with some evil plot. All it takes is for the incentives to be in the wrong place, where it's good for us to protect our interests, and it's good for us to protect the interests of our shareholders, and it's good for us to protect the interest of the people that make us look more legitimate and more interesting, like politicians and celebrities. You don't need a conspiracy to end up with the effects of a conspiracy. So what have we ended up with? Did I spell it out wrong? Was I wrong somewhere along the line there? Probably, if only a little. But substantially, is that pretty much true? I believe it is, and no one's telling me I'm wrong, so I'm going to go with it. So, misinformation and censorship. Trying to not stray too far from that thread. So, censorship and misinformation in a media corporation is still going to be based on those incentives. It's going to be as much about how things are covered as much as what is not covered. There are big, important, urgent things out there that are boring. There are big, important things out there that are potentially damaging to shareholders or politicians that we have favorable relationships with. Celebrities, let's say celebrities that we have favorable relationships with. So that is going to influence how we cover things, and if we cover things. Things that are important but not interesting, things that are important but potentially damaging to our friends, we're probably not going to cover those. And if we do cover them, we're probably going to cover them in the most flattering way possible, or the least damaging way possible. So what gets on the air and how it gets reported. Something else to keep in mind about, so is that misinformation? So that's sort of a combination of misinformation and censorship. Another thing to consider is that for at least a century, news organizations have known that your job is not to present the facts to the people. Your job is to tell the people a story. Because if you just tell the people the facts, they won't care. It's hard to be interested in a collection of facts. But a story is interesting. We, as a species, it's practically in our evolution that we want stories. Stories inform us the way facts can't. We can learn more from a metaphor than being told directly. why you should do something often enough. Aesop's fables, Euripides, stories are the way that we learned early in our humanity, in our pre-civilization, in our early civilization, even in our recent civilization, and it's never gone away. Harry Potter. How much can you learn from Harry Potter? It's a completely made-up story, but you can grow so much as a person from the things that you learn from those made-up stories. Brothers, wow, I can't think of the name of it. Brothers Karamazov is a wildly heralded story. I can't even remember if it was Tolstoy or Dostoevsky. It was Tolstoy, right? He regretted that he didn't have what it took to be a philosopher and was relegated to being a storyteller. But he shared philosophy through narrative because it works. And for a lot of people, his works and the works of other fictional, the authors aren't fictional, but their works are fictional. We can learn a lot from fiction. And I'm someone who, as an atheist, thinks that a lot of our religious texts rely a lot on fiction or legend, but we can still learn from those, even if they are not 100% true, even if they're not any percent true. They tell us something about what it means to be human. Stories, we connect with stories, stories connect with us. But when you're telling a story, what is your responsibility? If you're telling a news story, what is your responsibility? You've got to make it interesting because, traditionally, we wanted to get the good headline so we could sell more papers, and and then people will come back the next day, with expectations of, stories that keep them interested. And, today, it's thumbnails and clicks as much as anything else. But we want those good headlines. We want stories. We want something like we think we want the facts. But if we don't get the facts, we're not as bothered if we get something that appeals to our biases, that makes us feel informed, that gives us some sort of feeling of moral superiority, for sure, that is interesting, that we can relate, and that we can understand in a way where it fits with our understanding of what's going on in the culture, in the civilization. And the story is the way to do that. So when a news agency is telling a story, what is their responsibility? Now, from a journalistic integrity point of view, getting the facts right, informing the people so that they can make better informed decisions, that should be their responsibility. But they've got to sell papers or clicks or ads. So be interesting, know who your audience is, and appeal to them. Tell them what's going to keep them interested, either through anger, moral superiority. Sometimes we got those feel-good stories. Oh my God, those are the worst. Hey, little aside, every time you see a feel-good story, you think, oh, that was going to be so bad, but it turned out so great. Typically, we look at those and it's so good that it turned out well. But we're not looking at the problem that created the situation that could have gone so badly in the first place. It's the broken systems that create those problems, that allow those problems to happen, that we have those big heartwarming comebacks from. You know, whether it's someone overcame a poverty situation. Hey, my GoFundMe came through. I can get the operation now. Well, why don't you have health care? Because the system's broken. Anyway, let's see if I can pick up the thread that I dropped a moment ago. Get back to journalism. So, yeah, and grabbing attention, especially today with Twitter. Is Facebook still in business? And digital media. Getting someone's attention. I mean, how many times have you seen a thing where it's like, oh, here's a little interesting thing about a celebrity or a news story or something that happened. I guess that's still a news story. You click on it and, you know, you've got this page on your screen and you've got this little bit of information and a picture above or below it. And then you've got ads over here. And as you scroll down, you've got ads in between every fourth sentence. You know, and links to other things that are similar stories with ads. So the only reason they're giving you the information is so that ads will come up on the page, which they will either get paid for exposing you to, or if you click on them. So they want to grab your attention. Are they trying to inform you? Kind of, but they are definitely going for your attention. I mean, it's been called the attention economy. You don't hear it that much anymore, but that is such a big part of it. And I don't know how many times I've said on, you know, in a Twitter reply or that kind of thing, you know, why someone is complaining about this other thing, and it's just, you know, why did they report on this? This is ridiculous. And in the attention economy, this is what works. You know, I would typically say it a different way, but that is the gist of it. So curating the news so that you don't see things that are threatening to their business model. You do see things that support their business model, grab your interest, told as a story in a way that will appeal to your biases. And that's what we call news nowadays. Quote I've been saying for at least a decade, what is interesting proliferates faster and wider than that which is true or important. And if you spent any time on Facebook, you probably know what that means. Back when I was on Facebook daily, I was on Snopes daily. Snopes.com. Because every third thing, if not more, needed to be fact-checked. I guess some things I just like, well, that's wrong, that's lie, that's spin. And then some things like, is there any truth to this? And then you look it up and it's like either completely wrong, it's a spin, it's a misassociation. So in digital media, getting those clicks, getting those retweets, shares, even on Twitch, that's what pays the bills. So people that make these stories, even if they have some journalistic integrity, which, how often does that happen? How often does that last? They understand that interesting is better than true. Interesting is better than important. Interesting is why I'll have a job tomorrow. Interesting is how I'll get a promotion. how I'll get a bonus. Telling the truth, that might work out. Someone might notice. But probably not going to get you that bonus. Importance of skepticism. We've covered that again. I think it's worth repeating. Skepticism and self-skepticism are your best bet for not falling into a rut of misinformation, getting stuck in ideological belief. And I rail against ideology because, again, you're often wrong about pretty much everything most of the time, even if only a little bit. But when you're getting involved in an ideology, whether it's a political, religious, whatever ideology, you tend to have that self-reinforcement where your beliefs color your perspective and your perception, and your perspective and perception influence your belief, and it's a vicious cycle. And if you're wrong, which you are going to be wrong because you're wrong about most things most of the time, even if only a little, you're never going to get out of it unless you're able to doubt your belief, unless you're able to doubt your perspective and try to look at it a different way. Try to say, what if what I believe is not correct? Well, recognizing that what you believe isn't correct, there is some flaw in what you believe. How are you going to identify it unless you're willing to accept that? And it's hard work. It is hard. It's hard to start it. It's hard to stick with it. But it's how you learn. You're either going to learn by accident. You're going to be curated things that might be true. Or you're going to challenge things through skepticism, including your own beliefs and perceptions, and hopefully be able to see what's wrong so you can better approximate, because you're never going to be 100% right, but you can be less wrong. That's not going to happen except by a great deal of luck or some kind of skeptical approach to what you believe. I almost feel ready to wrap it up. But we haven't really gotten to censorship that much. We talked about it a little bit there with the news and science, the way science is conducted. Lately, there have been big pushes against Dave Chappelle and Joe Rogan. One thing to keep in mind about Joe Rogan is this big pushback against Joe Rogan came up shortly before Spotify had their annual earnings call, where the president and board members, I'm not sure how their structure works, has to deal with shareholders. And all this hubbub has depressed their stock value, which makes the people in charge look questionable. But who really gains from that? I mean, who else is out there that is providing music and podcasts to people? I guess there's Apple, Amazon. I'm sure there's others, but I mean, those are the two big ones right there. So who is their biggest competition in this section of the market? Well, the owner of Spotify is competition, and it's a niche competition because they only deal with the software of music and stories, podcast, basically audio, whereas these other companies deal with a lot of things, and they can make more profit if they have more monopolistic control over audio recordings, podcasts, and music. So again, conspiracy, or that's just where the incentives are? Is it in Jeff Bezos' interest for stock to be depressed at a time when it could influence a potential change in leadership of Spotify? If it could get stockholders to lose faith, sell perhaps at a lower rate, perhaps to someone who also owns a lot of Amazon or a lot of Apple. I don't know. But an incentive exists to do that, whether someone is doing that or not. Actually, I kind of remember a video by Breaking Points. Let me see if I can find that real quick here. Okay, we got that. Oh, goodness. What happened this time? CNN compares Rogan controversy to January 6th. Oh, my God. Yeah. So CNN is piling on Joe. Something to keep in mind. Who has a bigger market share? Who has more eyes on them? Any given, let's say 3-hour block on CNN or Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan definitely outcompetes them. Do they see him as competition? They'd be a fool not to, right? So if you can make Joe Rogan look bad, that's probably in your best interest if you are CNN or MSNBC or Fox. Although, yeah, it's weird that Fox doesn't go after him, because he is more liberal than Fox is, that's for sure. But at the same time, I think what it is, one of the same things that made Trump appealing is that he was very frustrating for ostensibly left-leaning authoritarian establishment types, traditional Democrats, because he was so offensive to them and confounding, and would say things that would just frustrate them that they had no response for, because it was either just wrong, it was from a perspective that they couldn't even understand. For a lot of people, Trump was just this, well, I think Peter Thiel described him as a blunt instrument that could be used on the Democratic elite. And it's pretty much true. Anyway, I was looking for that news report. What was it again? It was debunking me. No, that wasn't it. Nope. I'm getting hungry. I'm going to have to wrap things up so I can go eat. Nope. Rumble offers Rogan $100 million with... I don't think that was it. Rock turns his back on Rogan. That was disappointing. But again, that may have been another situation of Dwayne Johnson is trying to protect his business interests and his career. That could be it. Oh, I think this was it. Inside the end game of Rogan's smear campaign. I think that was it. If not, it's part of it. That's a commercial for Croccan Internet. Let me get a link. Boom, copy that. And I'm going to put it in my notes so I can share it in the description on YouTube. And then let's also put it in the chat here. So, what was the name of it? Crystal Ball. That's such a ridiculous name. When I first became aware of her, I had trouble taking her seriously. It's like, oh, she's just a pretty girl with a media-friendly name, but she is competent and a half. All right, there we go. Crystal Ball Inside the Endgame of Joe Rogan Smear Campaign. Link to it there in the chat, and that'll be in the description on YouTube as well. So there are several, I don't know if I want to call them entities or groups or cultural subsets that don't like Joe Rogan. And, you know, he definitely has his problems. He grew up in Boston in the 80s, 70s and 80s, I think. So basically my age, Boston. Do you think racism was not just kind of how things were done at the time? Not like Klansman racism, but like them versus us. I suspect that was somewhat common in the Boston area while he was growing up. So would that have had an influence on him? I suspect so. Was he also a comedian for many years? Yeah. And there's a couple of incidents where, let's see, one was he got in an argument with a primatologist while he was on the Anthony and, I can't even think of his name now, but it was a morning radio talk show. And he was going off on this lady, and he was just wrong. But listening to that, what I was hearing was a comedian dealing with a heckler. And I think it was in 2005, maybe it was in 2007, somewhere around there. And there was another time when he was on another over-the-air debate with Phil Plait, the bad astronomer. He's not a bad astronomer, that's just the name that he goes by, because he talks about poorly done astronomy. And it was a sort of a debate over whether, it was about whether or not the moon landing was faked. And Joe Rogan believed it was probably faked, or there was, that it at least was hard to believe, and he was agnostic. I think it was he thought it was faked. And so Phil Plait, very well educated on the topic. I think there's probably a badastronomy.com, but yeah, you can look up bad astronomer and fake moon landing, and he will have it pretty well laid out there. That it wasn't faked, and that all of the evidence for it being faked is wrong, because they don't know how to interpret what they're seeing, or they're misrepresenting it, or both. And Joe, again, it was around the same time period. It might have been, I think it was 2 years later than the primatologist incident. But again, a lot of it, again, sounded like that comedian dealing with a heckler. But it was also, and I can appreciate this, someone who was tired of an authority telling him what to believe, and to not believe his own eyes. So both of those, I've only heard a little bit of them, but they're pretty painful to listen to, and they do not paint Joe in a good light at all. And watching his early podcasts, if you go to like Joe Rogan Experience number 10, or I want to say 4 was Duncan Trussell, which is no longer available on Spotify, but it's probably available on YouTube, probably. And there are archives out there. So even if they do get taken off of Spotify or YouTube, there are people out there who have their own little Joe Rogan Experience museums where you can download those. But anyway, if you watch those early interviews, or podcast, he is still that guy who the biggest part of his life is he's done some acting, he's done mixed martial arts commentary, which when the first time I saw a UFC and Joe Rogan was commentating, I was like, what does this actor know about any of this? And then, it wasn't too far along. It was like, wow, someone is feeding him some good information. And then I realized, after some time, I think he might actually understand what's going on here, which turns out to be the case because he's been studying Taekwondo, for starters, back in the day, and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu since then. So yeah, he knows what he's talking about. I was a little slow to catch on there. I just thought he was just some actor that they hired and for commentary. And but yeah, anyway, that's a side note. Wow, can you hear my stomach rumbling? Wow, I need to eat. Oh, if you watch the early episodes, he is still that comedian, kind of macho guy. And over the years, he got better at learning how to listen. He got better at treating everything with skepticism, or more things with skepticism, which, hey, isn't that what I've been talking about? So, yeah, I got to appreciate that. And the way you could look at it is he learned how to think. I could argue that I've been fairly intelligent most of my life. But it wasn't until I started looking into epistemology that I learned how to think. I learned how to look for fallacies, how to treat things with skepticism, and the importance of skepticism, the importance of empirical falsification, like Karl Popper taught us. And this all came during a period where I wanted to know, is there any truth what truth is there to religion? Does God exist? And then that led into, how can you know if God exists? And then, how can you know anything? And so that whole journey brought me to a place where a path. It's more of a path than a place. It's a way of doing things, a way of looking at things, to try to determine what is true by doubting everything and questioning everything, which, can make it hard to have a pleasant conversation with your wife. But if your interest should be in trying to avoid believing things that aren't true, because you can never really know what's true. It's like sculpting. You can just try to chip away at what shouldn't be there. And hopefully some sort of image comes out of that is meaningful and an accurate representation of reality. And Joe, over the years, I believe I witnessed, to some degree. I haven't watched a lot of Joe Rogan, but I'll tune in every now and then when I really want to see someone. I watched the Bernie Sanders. I think I watched most of the Tulsi Gabbard. I definitely watched the Andrew Yang, big Andrew Yang fan. But I've got my doubts about him too. And, I've got my criticisms of him on my YouTube channel, or at least, a couple of things. But, as someone who has run for a public office, I believe in him way more than anyone else I can remember. I've seen some Duncan Trussell interviews, and I remember the Bob Lazar interview where he talked about working at Area 52, which is supposed to be like Area 51. And Joe definitely has a desire to believe some things, like Bigfoot style things, Area 51 style things. He wants to believe in the counterculture, or in the he wants to believe that in the aliens and in the Bigfoot and in the Loch Ness Monster kind of things. And if those things exist, I want to know about them. But he also treats the evidence with maybe not an adequate amount, but definitely some amount of skepticism. And it shows that even if I sometimes feel he comes to the wrong conclusion, he is generally better about truth-seeking than most people. And most of the people that are out there telling you that they're truth seekers, telling you the way the world works, are trying to sell you a narrative of how the world works, and are not treating what they're telling you with skepticism. Am I doing that? I hope I'm not doing that. But I could be, so be skeptical. Yeah, and then Dave Chappelle. One recent thing with Dave Chappelle was he spoke up during a city council meeting because they were, I guess, intending to approve some housing development. And the way it was reported on was that he was trying to prevent, what's it called? Low-income housing. He was trying to prevent low-income housing from being allowed in his town. But what it more accurately is he was trying to prevent the whole housing development from being approved, which would have designated a certain amount of acreage, a very small amount of acreage, which would be designated for low-income housing. But it didn't say where that 2.5 acres would be, not necessarily even in the same town, maybe not in the same state, I don't know. And it wouldn't necessarily even be built. It would just be designated. And this, in order to approve this these housing permits, then, or building permit, I'm not even sure exactly what to call them. Look at me, I don't know what I'm talking about. But in order to approve these, then alternate plans would have had to have been canceled, which Dave was in support of, which was part of why he was so hostile about it. So now the question is, who was going to be doing this housing? I would guess, just off the top of my head, it was Schuber Mitchell. But again, I don't know. But I suspect it was someone like them, if not them, who wanted to build housing that would make them money, make whatever promise that they needed to make that okay, and then they would just take the money and run. Again, that sounds a little conspiratorial, but then again, it also sounds like how the world works. And there are plenty of examples of this. We will designate a certain amount of acreage for low-income housing, and it doesn't even get built. More common than someone... Yeah, I mean, I didn't know that kind of thing happened even 2 weeks ago, but apparently it happens, and apparently that is that's the status quo. That is what tends to happen. I think we're almost done here. So the big pushback against this small town city council having this one celebrity speak out against this housing development was pushed nationally as problematic celebrity trying to prevent low-income housing. How did that even make the national news? I mean, sure, it's Dave Chappelle, but it also seems like there were big money interests that were having their big money interests threatened, and their best option was to try to turn people against their biggest opponent. So, kind of a power play, kind of a spin. And with Joe Rogan, a lot of the pushback or complaints, very recent complaints about things that happened a long time ago, coming out now, right before an earnings call for the platform that he's on, that competes. Hello.
Hello. What are you doing?
Wrapping up a live stream.
Oh, okay. I'll wait.
Okay. I'm thinking less than 10 minutes.
Okay.
Funny, my wife should come in just then. It wasn't that long ago. She thought that I shouldn't listen to Joe Rogan anymore because I wasn't well equipped to withstand the misinformation. I'm paraphrasing. That was happening on his show. That things would be said there that I was not well equipped to resist, which I found extremely insulting coming from the woman I love, who, I don't know. So where she got that idea out of the blue, kind of strange. I guess she doesn't listen to NPR that much anymore. And I don't watch Joe Rogan that often. Some clips maybe. And I've been paying attention to the recent controversy because it's censorship. But there's also the question of where's this push coming from? Where are the incentives? Is it just woke people being woke? And that doesn't seem to be the case. With the inward video that came out, that seemed to come from a digital media group that mostly promotes themselves as being activists, but most of the money they raise, they use to make more videos promoting them, how they're activists and need money. But then they also have ties with the Washington Post, which is, I think this is in that video that I linked. And who owns the Washington Post? And is it the same guy that owns Amazon? I believe it is. I already talked about the vicious circle of money, politics, and media. I think that, again, on the surface, it looks like a conspiracy theory, but where are the incentives? And if the incentives are there, will they not be followed? They'll almost certainly be followed. That's how business works. I think I'm going to wrap it up there. All right, you guys presumably sat through 4 hours? I can't believe I sat through 4 hours of this. I'm sorry to lose my voice. Oh, I didn't even make a case against censorship. I started to with the Voltaire misattributed quote. I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. The answer to misinformation is not censorship. Censorship throughout history has been used by authoritarians with agendas that could not be supported through honesty. Or at least not solely through honesty. I mean, the Nazis were pretty clear about what they wanted, but they still, anyone that spoke out against them got silenced. Or censored, or whatever you want to call it. And like I was mentioning with my wife, and like I was mentioning about lying, informed decision, I believe, is something we all value. I believe people, if anyone exists who doesn't value informed decision, I think you would recognize that there is something wrong with them. As we value informed decision, we value the decision, the ability, the right, the opportunity to decide for ourselves as much as we value being informed in making those decisions. So when someone tells you that source of information should not be allowed to be heard, the question immediately should be, well, if there's a problem with what they're saying, why don't we just point out what's wrong with what they're saying? And then no one will listen to what they're saying anyway. So when someone says they should not be allowed to be heard, that's probably a good reason to say, well, I need to find out for myself. You will be told things. Typically there will be excuses, like people have said Joe Rogan is a racist. And while I'm sure there was a time in his life where that in some small way was true, in any meaningful way currently, I don't think so. In the woke sense, everybody's racist anyway, so is he more racist than anyone else? I don't think so. But in the non-woke sense of what a racist is, it would be a stretch and a half, I think, to call Joe Rogan racist. I think I'd rather call Dave Chappelle a racist because he uses the N-word all the time with impunity. It's disturbing, really. So I think Dave Chappelle must be racist against black people, right? Isn't that how that works? That's what I'm told anyway. If you use the N-word, you're a racist. Oh, right. Unless you qualify. That could be a whole nother episode right there. Use of the N-word. And racism, Both are subjects worth discussing. But dangerous to talk about, especially when you're a privileged, middle-aged white guy. I'm not allowed to have an opinion, right? And if I do have one, it doesn't matter if, how well it corresponds with reality, because I'm just not a allowable source. Welcome to America. All right. I think we covered it pretty well. Censorship is not the answer. Censorship is the tool of authoritarians. Censorship is how to keep you from making an informed decision by only allowing you the information that again, it sounds like a conspiracy, but where's this censorship coming from? And who will be allowed to speak? Who will be recognized? Who will be touted as an authority? Who will be touted as an expert? And if they're wrong, who will be allowed to speak against them? If we allow censorship. So, as much as I hate, well, I guess Rush Limbaugh has now been censored, but, you know, everything that he's done in the past is probably still out there to be listened to. Glenn Beck, Ted Cruz, Alex Jones, and the Fox News editorial talking heads. They're all still out there. I find them offensive, but do I want their capacity to spread their lies to be stopped? No. What I want is for people, everyone, as many people as possible, to be as skeptical about their trusted sources and as skeptical about their own beliefs and perspectives as they would be about their untrusted sources and people that they don't trust. Only through that skepticism can you pull yourself out of the lies that you're telling yourself. Whether you're right-wing, left-wing, authoritarian, anti-authoritarian, you are wrong about most things most of the time, even if only a little bit. Me too, skepticism, the willingness, the practice. I don't know how to, you know, when you keep trying, you get better at it. Facing your biases, your beliefs, your perspectives, the things that bring you comfort, your trusted sources, treating those with skepticism is the only way that you're going to recognize, the only chance you have of recognizing when something isn't true. And when something isn't true, dig in a little bit, find out why it's not true, find out what else isn't true. Trust no one. Because even the people that love you, even the people that respect you, won't always tell you the truth. Sometimes because they don't trust you to come to the right conclusion, their conclusion. Sometimes because they're just wrong. The answer to misinformation is not censorship. The answer to misinformation is skepticism and inquiry, and the ability, the opportunity to keep talking, to keep investigating, to keep doubting. Maybe I should have just started with that. Anyway, I'm T-Ray. This is Third Rail. If you sat through any period of this, you're a trooper. And I'm open to suggestions for what other how the world works, meaning of life questions you might have. Because I really don't know what to do next. But there are a lot of important topics that are hard to talk about that need to be talked about. So maybe we can help each other understand better. I don't really have a planned wrap-up for the show here. Third Rail TV. Appreciate you guys being here. Click on something. Be well. Maybe I should plug my gaming channel.